Hey, what's up, everybody? Hope everyone is doing well. Oh, I need to get my Endgame music on. I had it off because I was recording stuff earlier. How's everybody doing? Yeah, I have a big Thorns feedback video. There's a lot of things about... So, like I said in my last video, if you watched my first episode of Will It Thorns, I say that, like, there's a lot of limiting factors to Thorns. But it's clear that GGG is, like, trying to make Thorns a real build. But there's just, like, all of the support gems being tier 3 and having so many uniques that are hard required. It's just, like, so... Like, I would love to do a solo self-found run of Thorns. But you need tier 3 gems, and then you need Crown of the Pale King. So in my feedback posts, I've got my video that I'm going to make, I've got proposed changes to both of those to help us just do solo self-found with less friction. But today we're leveling the Chalupa Monk. We got some cool stuff we're going to be trying. I am going to be blasting through the campaign, but one thing I'm wanting to test with the new patches, I actually got... One, I'm just using my normal Thorns leveling gear. I just have, like, I've leveled, like, 3 or 4 Thorns characters right now, so I've got a bunch of Thorns leveling gear. So I'm using the same normal stuff. I will be trying out Whirling Slash instead of Rake this time. I've done Mace leveling. I've done Rake leveling. So I'm going to be trying Whirling Slash as my main leveling option this time. But the main thing I'm wanting to test now that we have the new patch is I bought a bunch of Rarity gear. So I've got, like, at level 14, I'm going to be rocking, like, almost 100 Rarity. And then at level 37, I've got, like, these Rarity gloves that give 48%. I've got these Rarity chests that gives 47%. I saw shit that people were getting, like, Divines in the campaign. So I was like, well, let's fucking find out. So I just bought a bunch of silly-ass Rarity gear to pair with my Thorns gear that we'll be able to use throughout the campaign, and we'll see how much currency I have by the end of it. But yeah, it's just my normal Thorns leveling gear. Like I said, I'm going to be using Whirling Slash most of the way. I will be trying Chayula Monk. We'll be trying Poison out. We'll see how far we go. I do not have much hope for Poison Thorns. I'm just going to go ahead and say this right now from the jump. I think it is going to be the worst version of Thorns that I've tried. Maybe not worse than mana stacking Thorns, but worse than the viable styles. I just don't see how you're going to get consistent good poisons with Thorns unless you're doing shield charge as your, like, main way of using barbs, which I imagine is how we're going to end up playing the end game. But at that point, it's more of a shield charge build than a Thorns build, but that I feel like that is the best way to make Thorns work if you're forcing poison. We'll find out, though. Chayula Monk. Why am I doing Chayula Monk? It's what my community voted on. I'm actually sad you guys voted for Chayula Monk. I wanted you guys to vote for the Ritualist. I actually think the Ritualist is going to be potentially one of the best, if not... I don't want to gas it up too much, but I think Ritualist has the potential to be the best Thorns version. Maybe even better than Warbringer. But I'm really hyped for Ritualist. So I wanted to do that one, but you guys voted for... You guys voted for Chayula Monk. So we're doing Chayula Monk. But yeah, I think I already had killed the cold resist girl, but... I'll kill her again just in case. What's AOC? I mean, I don't need to prove to you AOC can be saved. Whatever it is, it can be saved by a balance patch. That's what the early access is for. But I don't know what AOC is, so you'd have to tell me. Looking for fire builds that are meta so I can target craft for that build. I have no idea, my man. I'm playing Thorns builds. I don't know what the meta is. I know I see a lot of people do whirling slash with fire, I think. So maybe there's like a whirling slash that you could craft for Big Donut, but I'm the wrong person to ask for crafting advice from. I don't craft ever. The questions you're asking are just already more advanced than I know. Oh, right, I'm looking for this girl. Alkalida Chayula? Oh, Chayula sucks. No, Chayula sucks. I made one last league. It sucks. I have, if you go look through my channel, I have an Ascendancy ranking video. I leveled every Ascendancy back to Endgame last patch, and I ranked them 1 to 12. Chayula Monk got last place, and I imagine it's going to be 1 rank ahead of Titian. If I did another ranking video this patch. Like, Chayula Monk is bad. Though I haven't actually looked to see how if it's been changed this patch, but last patch, yeah, Chayula Monk, I gave it the worst ranking of every Ascendancy. You ain't gotta convince me that it is bad. It needs some love. It just needs reworks. It needs some love. So do I do crit damage bonus, or I'm gonna do crit damage bonus since I'm doing Thorns. I got the Thorns crit boots, so whatever. Where's this lady at? She up here? Oh, I hear her right here. Alright, we're gonna make her Thorns herself. Yeah. Oh, quit casting stuff. Just swing at me. Oh my god, she's being ridiculous. Would you just swing on me, girl? Thank you. Jesus, she was being such a diva there. Really prolonging the fight. Well, one thing to keep in mind, Saint, is that while, yes, we think it needs love right now, exactly what Wizard said, right? Like, we don't know what uniques and concepts and ideas, new, like, stuff that is in the back burner or on its way that might be designed for Chayula, that they're like, well, if we nerf this or change this now, then these things we have in the back burner, like a dagger or something or another, will have to be changed around that. So I'm not saying that's 100% why they haven't changed it, but that is a possibility, right? It's just like, maybe Chayula Monk pairs better with daggers or something, and they're just like, well, I don't want to change this essentially. But like, I don't know if they changed what is the one where you pick up the fires. That was really bad because it didn't like refresh it or whatever. You just kept, like, you could never get the max stacks, I felt. Yeah, that's my meme. My community's meme here is we say Chalupa Monk for whatever reason. One day someone said Chalupa Monk in my chat and it just made me laugh for like a minute straight. Later, dude. So I've just been saying Chalupa Monk since then. But yeah, it's just a silly meme. But yes, I did say Chalupa. Why am I walking out of here? I could have used the checkpoint. Jesus, streamer brain. I'm just gonna walk to this checkpoint here. Checkpoint there. Yeah, exactly, Wizard. You know, it's obviously though there's some quality of life they can give Chayula, but like the polish, it's very curious to me. Like, I would love to like get an opportunity to interview the devs one day. Mainly just because I work in game development, so I just like want to nerd out with them. But like, I have serious questions about like the how do they determine something is ready for production and to go out to the public? Like, if you look at all the Ascendancies this patch, Lich is kind of like actually a functioning. It's got some bugs, right? But Lich is like fun and good. Ritualists and Amazon are both fun and good. But then you have these outliers, like Smith-Katava's not bad, but it's like got some weird friction and some really bad portions of it. And then you have Tactician and Chayula Monk. These ascendancies are like not unplayable, but you're almost like playing a niche build, or like you're doing something weird if you're doing those builds, and you're like accepting that half of your ascendancy isn't valuable. Chayula Monk's not fully that bad, but like Tactician's like really bad, right? And I'm just like curious, like how did they determine that Tactician was in a good enough state to release? Like, why wasn't it delayed till next patch?
We meet again.
Tactician is a monster in very, very specific situations, but half the ascendancy is literally broken. And the devs have literally said that the ascendancy passive that lets you, that where the totem shoots when you shoot, they said that they're removing that. Like, they even straight up said that, like, this is, like, we don't want it, like, we don't, like, it's being removed in the next, like, they're planning on replacing it. Like, it won't even function near the same, right? Like, they're releasing, like aspects of Tactician as a monster, but, like, there are some aspects of it where it's just, like, the weapon aura stuff doesn't work with, like, half the units in the game. And I'm not talking about, like, allies of allies, but allies that should be buffing and they're not buffing. It's... The ascendancy is like a weird, half an ascendancy. The Tactician was my first character. I league started it, you know? I had a lot of hope for it, but... really, the best part of it's the pinning. Yeah, the left side's awesome. The left side's awesome for sure, Frederick. That's what I mean. It's like a half-tested ascendancy. Jesus. It's like a half-tested ascendancy. So that's what my question is. Is like, are you like only determining that like this half of it is worthy of testing, but like, you know, that, like, I guess like, my question is like, how do they quality test, and where do they, like, because when I look at the difference between Lich and Tactician, Lich has bugs, but it's like 80% of a working ascendancy, where Tactician is like 38% of a working ascendancy. But they both shipped in the same patch. And if we, like, let's just say, I'm not saying we shouldn't have Tactician right now, because I enjoyed playing my Tactician, right? But let's just say they didn't launch with Tactician this patch, right? We only had Smith-Katava, Lich, and the other two. Like, I think we would have been fine, right? So, like, did they feel pressured to add another ascendancy? Did they feel pressured to, like, get it tested? These are just weird questions I like as a game developer, because the entire release cycle of games is just really fun. Yeah, that's what I always thought, Frederick, that it was supposed to have a human companion, that you were going to have this, like, pet with you. Like, that whole, like, bro, whoever approved the, what was it called, supporting fire ascendancy? You know the one I'm talking about, the one that shoots the arrows down? Is that the worst ascendancy passive in the game? I tried so hard to make it do anything, and, like, I could make it last forever, but it just never did damage. Like, it was just so bad. I need to go actually check to see if anyone ever made it work, because I tried for like a day to get it like damage up and I couldn't. Because they're not in your presence, so you can't buff them with present stuff. It's so bad. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's just like some things are just like, you know, those are the questions I have, is like, it's not like a flaming question, it's like a curiosity question, like, is getting the valuable testing data on the good portions of these builds worth exposing us to the bad portions. Not saying that they shouldn't do that, but it's just what I'm curious what their thought process is as someone that works in the industry. Why are we using Chayula? My community voted on it. I wanted to play Ritualist. I think Ritualist would be OP as fuck. And I might do Ritualist next and not do a poll just because I want to do Ritualist really bad, but no, my community voted for Chayula Monk. I did not think anyone would vote for it. I thought like it would be like the last vote. I just put it on the list just to have the word Chayula there. But it like won almost 50% of the votes. I'm gonna try my darndest with it. I'm mainly excited to test out the Rarity gear though. I need to stop picking up gear. I don't need any of this shit. I ain't gonna sell leveling gear. I heard that currency is dropping like crazy during the campaign. I got a high level Rarity set. Oh, what happened with Gas Arrow? I didn't hear about that nerf. You like chalupas? So you got me there. Later, bro. For the clan. Give me that shield charge. It's possible, like I said, it's very likely that late game we are forced to do like a shield charge poison build with Thorns. I'm going to ride Whirling Slash out as long as I can, but it is like, I could see us just having to do a forced swap to shield charge. I mean, did you play this league, Peter? That's not the experience at all. Like, yes, a month into the league when everyone has hundreds of currency, the best twink gear, leveling with 18 uniques and bist out like 100 Thorns gear, yeah, the game gets one shot. But if you watched everyone playing the first week, it was a brutal slog. The game should get made easy with gear. Like, this game isn't turned into PoE 1. This game is just an ARPG like every other ARPG. I don't know what your expectations are. Should the game stay hard a month into the season when you have a bunch of gear and currency? I don't understand that complaint. It's weird. This game is definitely not PoE 1. It's still a lot slower than PoE 1, even in Endgame. Go watch my level 90 Thorns builds. You're coming to the wrong chat if you're looking for one of those weird doomers about this game. You get banned quick. I ain't got the patience for that shit. I do not give a fuck if you don't like the game. I did not ask you if you like the game. I don't care. Don't ruin my mood just because you're not having a good time. Did I just not get that waypoint? I didn't get that waypoint. Oh, I gotta update my Nightbot. I forget to update Nightbot between each stream. Wait, I did get... did I just not step on it? How come I didn't have it? Am I blind? God, I love shield charge. I want to play hardcore Thorns soon. The problem is, like, I can't league start hardcore Thorns. Like, I would have to, like, make a character first, get currency to where I could, like, get the Thorns starting gear, kind of the Pale King mainly, and then I'd be interested in, like, I wouldn't grind a character to level 90 in Thorns and then reward, but I would do like a level 20 character, just get like 2 to 3 exalts, buy Crown of the Pale King, and then do a hardcore run on Thorns. But like, yeah, that's the only reason I haven't started hardcore Thorns yet. Is because I would just need to do something else first just to get some currency for Crown of the Pale King, and then I would do a hardcore run. I'm not against a hardcore run, though. At some point, I'll be bored enough to try it. But right now, there's still, like, other... Like, I just wanted to give GGG good feedback, because Thorns kind of sucks. And, yeah. It's fun to level with in the campaign, though. I don't mind leveling alts with Thorns. Thorns is really fun through the campaign. It just falls off in, like, Waystone 16s. Go away, dude.
It's a fact. This game's turning into PoE.
Shut up. Go away. I don't care. I didn't fucking ask you. These dweebs, man. I ain't got the patience for it. You're going to the wrong streamer. I know most of them entertain this stuff. They'll feed into it. They'll be like,
You're right, this game is turning into PoE 1. I don't know what the devs are doing.
that ain't me, dog. I'm gonna ban every one of you shitheads every time you do it. And it's not a timeout, it's a ban. I want you gone forever. Don't want you coming back. I don't have the patience for it. You're all annoying. The rest of you, I'm not talking about the rest of you. I like the rest of you. The rest of you are cool people. If you have feedback and, like, and stuff, go to GGG. I'm not listening to your complaints, my guys. Like, if we're talking, if it's on topic, right, that's a little different. But just coming in here, dropping a line about how upset you are with the direction of the game when it's like, I'm having a silly-ass time killing bosses, you're a fucking nerd. Go away. And not the good kind of nerd. We're all nerds, but, like, you're a fucking, like, get gone. Go touch grass. I didn't ask. Sorry for the rant. But it happens so much.
It's a fact, dude.
What do you mean? I don't play PoE 1 for a reason. I like this pace. It definitely is a bit slower. But what do you want it to stay? A slog? With like 50 divines worth of gear? You still like have to like 80 a mob attack? Like, I don't know, you just came here to cry. Where am I looking? Oh, it's right here. Wow, I've never seen Grim Tangle in this spot before. That was so hard to find. Sorry, I'll stop the rant now. I get triggered easily. I'm autistic, so... I just gotta stop letting those people get under my skin. And just like... I need moderators is what I need. I need to get people I like as moderators, and they'll just like... instant get rid of those dorks so I don't have to deal with it. But... from my perspective, like, if you guys see my comments, it's like 30% of my... Like, if you go look through my comments, you won't see it because I ban all these people. I get rid of the comments. But, like, 30% of my comments on my videos are just these people that are, like... It has nothing to do with what I'm doing in the video. They're just here to cry. It's just, and it literally has nothing to do with the video. Like, on the Thorns video I released this morning about Chronomancer... You see these people crying about, though, this is GGG's vision. It's like, this is a bad build that's barely holding up. What are you doing? I'm here to give them feedback to make it better. There's, like, so many different playstyles in this game, though. That, like, if you're unhappy with the way it's going, I'm sure you can find a build that will work. The Infernals feels weird after patch? Yes. I don't do bossing on it anymore. I refuse the boss on it. I swapped to my Thorns character for bossing. I'm not trolling. Bira's, like, feels real... I don't, like, I haven't made an update video yet because I'm waiting to see if someone in the community figures something out. I wasted, like, 5 million gold trying to fix Bira's. And, like, the mapping is still good. I can clear 15s and 16s, but any boss on the Bira's Infernalist, it's so awful. It's so awful. I don't know if there's a solution. The build might just be a dead bossing build and just purely a mapping build. Because, yeah, that's right now what I'm doing when I need to make currency is I do mapping on my Bira's and then I swap to my Warbringer for bosses. Which I'm probably swapping him to a Titan soon, to be honest, but...
We meet again.
I'll be about up cool and normal. I just gotta see you guys chat enough. I don't stream very often. I don't really like streaming because, as you can tell, like, it gets me flustered sometimes. But I also just need more practice with it. I'm also just not used to having so many people in my stream. It'll just be like an overtime thing that I just have to get better with. But yeah, I'm sure I'll make some of y'all mods after I see y'all just hanging out for a while. I probably have to do one of those fucking stupid ass Discords too.
Manner of a man lost in his own mind.
It's not that I don't like the idea of a Discord, it just sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, for the crit fix. So basically, I'm gonna try and... Oh, thanks, Umpty. I'll try and explain the Bira's change. So, before, Bira's had no way of critting itself, right? But when you had critical weakness up, Bira's would get a critical hit chance that allowed it to crit. The Ignite would crit, right? So that's why we were investing so much into stuff like critical damage bonus here. We were able to, with critical weakness from our Scepter, that's why we ran Malice, and that's why the other dudes ran Eye of Winter, some reason was making Bira's critical hit chance go from 0% to like 5%. And then it would scale off of your crit chance, right? So like you could crit your Ignite, that's where those big bursts of damage were coming from. That was a bug. GGG made it to where no matter what, your Bira's can't crit. The Ignite itself cannot crit. So while it's crits that trigger the Bira's, it no longer scales off of crit damage bonus at all, which was those huge spikes of damage we were getting. There's just hasn't been a fix for that. We've been forced to invest into stuff like, just like fire damage stuff, and like, yeah, it just has not felt near as good. It's okay for bossing, but for mapping, it's just a big L. Or it's okay for mapping, but for bossing, it's like, I don't think you can do pinnacle content anymore. I tried doing a +0 breach, and I couldn't kill it. So I think you would just have to, like, fully redesign around tankiness, just be super tanky, and expect long boss fights, because right now I'm just, like, I'm a glass cannon, so I just need to, like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's the problem, is my build doesn't use any global crit chance right now. It's using Thorns crit chance, and then just increase Thorns chance. Because I did so much testing, and I never got an Ignite to crit on Bira's. But it's possible that I just never had any global crit chance. But I tried so many different things, and I was getting nothing out of my Beerus. And yeah, I tried dropping Black Flame too, and I just couldn't get the damage even close to what it was before. What's the Chayula angle here? My community voted on it. I have no idea what the plan is, Perez. I haven't really thought about it, to be honest. So I thought about Darkness cool, but don't you lose Scavenge Plating? And late game Scavenge Plating is like 14,000 Thorns damage. Like, I thought about using Darkness, but I feel like you just can't give up Scavenge Plating. Unless there's a way to, like, get some spirit while you're running Darkness. But doesn't it burn all of your spirit? That's fair, yeah. That was my concern. I was like, oh, is there a way to do this? But I think late game you might be forced... Like, I could be wrong, but late game you might be forced to just depend on Scavenge Plating. Darkness might be OP while leveling, though. Because Scavenge Plating's really only good until, like level 16, 17, plus skill gems. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of doing. My assumption is I would just be doing this shitty-ass Flames of Chayula shit with Reality Rending and then the Chaos Res. There's a chance I mess with the, I think it was like Energy Shield Mana Leech shit, but I don't see that being as good as like the Warbringer or the Recoup defensively. So I'm not sure. I'm trying not to overthink it. The community voted for it. We're just gonna try and make it work. But yeah, it's got some potential for sure. Oh, I can use my level 8 gear now. I got some Rarity gear now. So we got Rarity gear. Again, they had the new changes to the patch. Yeah, sadly, no Mana Leech source for Thorns. Even with the Lightning Thorns, that doesn't work. You can't get it to work. I don't know. I've never. I don't know how that stuff works at all. But yeah, I just assumed it would be bad either way. So if it doesn't work, ain't no thing. But yeah, they buffed the loot, and people keep saying that they're getting like divines from the campaign. So I just got a bunch of Rarity gear to mess with. The Warbinger's a lot of fun, man. If I was the only had been playing one character this whole time, it would have been the Warbringer Thorns, probably. Now that Beerus is nerfed, at least. But even before, Warbringer Thorns was probably better for pinnacle content. Range mobs don't give me Thorns until Crown of the Pale King. I'm leveling up another warrior. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to change my Warbringer to a Titan or I'm going to level a new one. There's only so many times I can level through the campaign before getting burned out, right? And at some point I'm going to want to take a break before 0.3. And I don't want to like be like, you know, grinding alts like until the day 0.3 comes out, right? Like at some point we're gonna take like a 2 to 3 week break before it, because we'll have like tried everything I've wanted to. But yeah, I don't know if I'm just gonna respec my Warbringer or level a Titan. It's probably smarter to level a Titan, but we'll see what happens. Will this kill me? Nope.
Disturb me! My love, I call to you!
Forbidden thaumaturgy causes nothing but pain.
Now, I don't think I'm gonna get any Divines during the campaign, but I bought all this Rarity gear. It's cheap Rarity gear, too. And, like, these gloves, I don't know if I'm gonna use. Losing 2% life on kill seems annoying to deal with. We'll see how, if it, like, the Thorns Leech can outkeep it, but... And then this, it reduces my move speed by 20%, so I might not use that. And it requires a lot of strength. But I got a bunch of amulets and rings with Rarity that I can play with. Never feels good to me, respec. Gotcha, I haven't tried it yet. It's not appealing to me, to be honest. I'm not a fan of, like, that whole process. So...
What is this? Graves, Isabel, Torko, Callum, the family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family! This doesn't make any sense! They're dead! Those bastard Eternals!
Most of the posts that I saw was the Rarity coming from bosses, so I was just going for all the bosses. But if the Divines are coming from other sources, then, you know, I might slow down and kill more rares and shit. But I thought I saw that, most of those Divine posts were off of boss kills. Let's go to town and just...
A little. See, will you pay them a visit? Later.
Tired of the slaughter yet? None of it's junk. Guess I can help move that for you. Watch yourself out there.
I'll kill every rare I go by. I will look for them. If I see a rare, I won't skip it. And we'll see how many Divines and Exalts I get. But I don't think we're going to see any of the big loot in Act 1, you know? Go ahead and grab the waypoint. kill Crowbow before we go on to that guy. Whirling Slash is kind of cool for Thorns, that's for sure. Because it looks like the Whirl is consuming Barrel stacks too. Let me test. I need to find a good mob to test that here. I feel like the Whirl is also consuming the Barb stack. Like the explosion of the Whirl. I'll test on this boss here. That's a good test target.
I cannot.
Because I got 4 barb stacks, right? So this first one should do 1, and then rolling out. Oh no, it's not doing another. Oh, maybe it didn't do it because he was immune. Did too much damage, maybe. Can't tell. Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, it definitely is. Damn. Makes a Whirling Slash pretty good for Thorns. What stats am I going? I don't even know what I'm building here. Oh, what should I try? So we're doing poison. Do I go evasion energy shield? I don't think so. Because you can force mobs to hit you even though you have evasion, right? You just pull up shield and that'll get your block stack split. Maybe you do go evasion energy shield hybrid. But that won't help one shots. I think you have to go energy shield. I think you're forced to go an energy shield build as Chayula monk. You won't live at one shots with armor. We can't go recoup. Maybe we could go recoup, but not while we're going poison. Like if we went recoup, we'd have to like path up this way, right? And get like all this energy shield stuff. But if we're going poison stuff, I imagine I'm going to like path down here. Get this magnitude node. Get this duration node. Get these nodes. We might anoint leeching toxins. We'll probably skip both of these because these aren't good. Not for the way we're playing. I mean, we're not doing it because it's the best idea. If we were playing the best idea, we would not be playing Chayula monk. The community voted for Poison Thorns Chayula monk, so that's what we're doing. I am seeing how far we can make it go, and then I get to make a feedback video on it. You know? And then, of course, at some point, like, I'll, like, if I hit a giga wall, right, I'll, like, I'm not afraid to pivot, right? Like, when I made the Chronomancer, my goal was mana stacking Thorns, and then at some point I just said, fuck that, right? So if, like, at some point the Chayula monk hits a wall with this style at, like, white maps, then yeah, I'm gonna hard pivot to, like, better style. We won't do poison anymore, but we are hard forcing Poison Thorns Chayula until, we get rid of the food poisoning, and then we'll try a better style. That was a dumb joke. I don't know how I want to do this, though. I feel like I just path down here, get this silly shit, scoop like these attack damage nodes here and maybe here. No, where's the other attack damage node around here? This one and this one. Yeah. And then we path up here and get energy shield. It's gonna be a weird one. It's gonna be a weird weird chalupa. I'm gonna go with int stacking, I guess, for now. Doesn't really matter. We're gonna watch everything because we got Thorns.
Corruption creates strange beasts indeed.
Like, we take these nodes at some point when we're playing the shield charge variant, but I think I'm just gonna fucking say YOLO and full lean into the poison. It's not gonna be valuable at all while leveling, I feel, though. But not with our Thorns damage. Maybe it will be, but I don't know. Why did I walk all the way down here? I always forget to use checkpoints. My brain refuses to accept them. Yeah, I'm not leveling a Chalupa monk, not as a twink. If I'm doing like a real leveling character, like that's not using twink stuff, like I'm gonna level a character I want to level. How you gonna level like a meme community vote level, right? Like, not saying that this is full meme. Again, I'm gonna try my hardest to make some version of Chalupa monk work, but if I wasn't doing a twink leveling, I'd be doing like I don't know, some solo self-found attempt at Thorns or something. I didn't even know that was a node. Strength applies to energy shield. Is it cheap? There's like one out this league. Interesting. That sounds really, really good, to be honest. That sounds like a solution to so many of the problems I'm trying to solve with across all my Thorns characters. Is I potentially want to swap them all to Energy Shield Recoup builds after how well the Chronomancer did. Especially on something like a Titan. And something like that sounds like perfect for that. 1% energy shield for 2 strength. That sounds fake. That sounds like too good to be true. Not that I don't believe you, but it's just like, you know, whenever you've been looking for a solution to your problems and just something just randomly falls into your lap and it's just like, nah, that's not real. That's what that feels like. That sounds like incredible for all of my builds. Because it's been a really awkward dance of like min-maxing strength and int to try and get that energy shield high. And then you're having to like sacrifice Thorns damage jewels to get more energy shield roll. But let me look it up on the trade site real quick and bookmark it just so I remember to buy it later. Varanus Timeless Jewel. Called Heroic Tragedy. Yeah, I don't know what this means reading the website. It just says, remembering song-worthy deeds. I don't know what the fuck that is. It says, remember song-worthy deeds by the line of Varana. But it just says like a big ass fucking random number. Like one of them's like 60, 70, one of them's 28, 8, 60. Is there a specific number I need? I'll look into it later. I'll find it later. Sounds cool though. Might end up helping a lot. I want to try and kill Arbiter 4 on my Titan or Warbringer at some point. But just not tanky enough right now. But I haven't tested Energy Shield style on the Warbringer yet. Because I just learned about it on the Chrono. And then went straight into the Chayula. I don't have a Mobalytics for the build I'm currently playing. This is just a fresh character. Oh, gotcha. What is it? I got streamer brain. I think I'm just like brain off right now. Yo, is my YouTube chat bugged? It might be bugged. Oh yeah, my YouTube chat was bugged. I haven't seen you guys talk in a while. Sorry if I didn't respond to you. I need to remember to refresh my YouTube chat every like 20 to 30 minutes. If I missed your message, I'll try and respond to you.
Was that the benevolent dreamer? It couldn't be.
Yeah, just walk past all these without clearing any of them. This keystone is called Circular Teachings. If you want to look it up on the wiki, cool. I'm gonna screenshot everything you say so I can check it out after stream. Keyed Crown of the Pale King. Here. Yeah, I was literally just brain off walking around the map, talking. It's classic streamer brain. Yeah, I need Crown of the Pale King because right now I'm just not getting very many barb stacks. And the whirling slash is just like eating them so fast. It's really cool and good, but whenever you're not getting those stacks, it Black Scythe trading, gotcha. I got the new boots, nice. Thorns OP. They actually had the waystone for there, but what is? Oh yeah, you guys are just confirming everything I was testing with the whirling slash and shit. Yeah, I think Thorns Chayula Monk can definitely work. I just don't think it's gonna be a poison style that works. Like if poison works, if poison Thorns Chayula Monks work, it's because we're playing poison something else and Thorns is just an attachment to it, right? Like if poison Thorns Chayula Monk works, it's because shield charge poison works. And Thorns are just added on. But maybe I'm wrong. But that's my expectation, is that at some point we're either giving up on Thorns or we're going to lean into a poison or we're going to lean into like shield charge poison. I mean, I've seen plenty of poison builds that still work. Like, shield charge builds are really good right now, aren't they? I see bleed, poison, and ignite shield charge builds killing tier 4 shit.
Not yet.
You just need a single big hit for poison right now, and then it can be good. And shield charge can do that. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, if you could get, like, you would need, like, a bunch of micro poison stacks or something from Thorns. Because Thorns isn't hitting hard, correct? Yeah, so I get what you're saying, yes. That would, like, Thorns specifically, I would need a bunch more little stacks easily. Which would make Pathfinder more appealing, but I just... I didn't see, like, when I was making the poll, it was between, like, Poison Pathfinder and Poison Chayula, and I just didn't like the idea of doing Poison Pathfinder. Because you'd be like, yeah, whatever. It just feels like I would rather do Chayula than Poison Pathfinder. The stacking poisons doesn't seem very good to me. And then the mobility for Resonating Shield, like, I don't want to use Resonating Shield. Resonating Shield's not good right now. Like, maybe Resonating Shield's good in Magma Barrier builds, but, in Thorns builds. Nah, not Pathfinder. Pathfinder wouldn't be good. You'd just be better off playing Poison Concoction, Evasion, or whatever. Because really, you'd only go Pathfinder for the multiple stacks. Like, that's really the only reason you would go, and you don't get benefit with that. With this style. Like, it wouldn't be, like, dead bad, right? But, like, Chayula Monk is way more appealing to me. Go reroll Ritualist, please. Ritual's probably next. But my community voted for... I guess it's down here. My community voted for Chayula Monk. Ritualist is probably next, because I think Ritualist is like potentially the best Thorns build. I'm really excited to try Ritualist Thorns. I want to do it more than this one for sure, but... Well, if I do Deadeye, it'd be with a Caltrops build, not a Thorns build. So if I do a Caltrops pull, but I thought about Deadeye already, but it was before,
Perhaps this will assuage the girl's despair.
It's just funny how often that's just like, is a comment. It's just like, why... There is always, like, this initial, from so many PoE players, this initial reaction to be like, to look at what this thing can't do as opposed to what it can do. Like there's so many times someone comes in the chat and it's like, why are you not doing this? Like, because they can't do this, this, and this. It's like, why aren't you looking at what Chayula Monk can do? You're always looking at what it can't do. And who cares what it can't do? Right? I wouldn't be playing it if I was concerned with what it can't do. You gotta be like looking at these situations of what it can do. I decided to clear this whole map for some reason. Why do you think it'll be so good, Ritualist? Well, Ritualist has the recoup nodes. I think the bleed style is really good for Thorns in general. And then you have the bleed portion of the Ascendancies. But most importantly, Thorns is insanely unique heavy. That is the biggest downside of Thorns, is like, you don't just need Crown of the Pale King and Briar Patch, but more than likely you're using 2 to 3 other uniques in endgame. Literally 2 to 3 other uniques. Whether that's a unique ring, a unique body armor, unique gloves, your super unique stat. The extra ring slot, plus the bonuses to your rings and your amulet, is insane for Thorns. It is so good. Like, I want it so damn bad. Is it really right here, the exit? Jesus. Went everywhere but it. So, like, you're already just kind of fucked as Thorn just by how unique heavy it is. That extra ring slot goes so far in terms of resistances and rarity and extra stats. Some Thorn styles, if you're using the block or the Defiance of Destiny amulet, that's another unique.
I fear I am too late.
That literally just the one ring is just like game changing in my mind. Cause like just how I'm feeling just all the time when I'm playing Thorns. It's like I'm just so desperate for a little bit extra resistance, a little bit extra strength, like, you know, just a little bit extra, right? That's all I want from Thorns, and a third ring slot gives me that little bit extra. But again, I also think the recoup portion and the bleed portion of it has some potential. So I already like Bleed Thorns. I already thought the Bleed Thorns Warbringer was good. And then I played the Chronomancer Recoup, which was really good. So combine Bleed Thorns Warbringer with Recoup Ritualist, or Recoup Chronomancer, and you get the Thorns Bleed Ritualist Recoup Reveal. Yep. I have a big video where I'm making a feedback for Thorns, and I'm going to be pushing really hard to get Crown of the Pale King's effect as a spirit gem instead of a unique. Because as long as this helmet right here is a unique, it is, you can never solo self-found League start Thorns. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. There's other reasons why you can never League start Thorns, because of the tier 3 support gems as well. We need those moved to tier 1 and tier 2, for sure. But as long as this exists, and it's like, you cannot play any Thorns build without this, except for Caltrops builds, which I don't count as Thorns builds. And, yeah, it's just not easy to obtain. It literally can never solo self-found or League start as Thorns without, like, having to just sit there and stare at trade, right, if you're doing trade. So, I want this made into a spirit gem. Turn Crown of the Pale King into a different buff for Thorns. Maybe, like, Thorns has a chance to do AoE on its target or something. I'm not sure, but this effect is just so limiting to Thorns right now, this helmet. Because, like, it's just so unique, like, demanding as is, and then you have one that's just, like, obnoxiously gating you.
Just wait. Surely we can.
Your path of peace is littered with death. Justice now finds.
Ogham deserves one last execution.
Smith the Katava was on the poll. People didn't vote for it.
There's no match for skill.
I mean, people did vote for it. I think Smith the Katava got number 2. But there was a big gap between 2 and 1. Like, way more people voted for Chayula Monk than Smith. But Smith was on the poll. I wanted it to be Ritualist. Ritualist got the least amount of votes. I'm not sure why. I guess people just sleeping on its potential, or because it was a bleed build, and I've already done a bleed build on Warbringer. Yeah, Ritualist was the one I was most excited for. And I'm probably not doing a poll for the next one of these after Chayula Monk. I'm probably just going to force Ritualist because I'm excited about it myself. And then do a poll after the Ritualist again. But yeah, I'm probably using Ming's Heart. I have a Ming's Heart in my stash. I'm using Rarity rings while leveling, but I'll at least be trying out Ming's Heart for a bit and seeing how it goes. It was underwhelming, yeah, I mean, I did pretty well. I did one build on my Chayula Monk in 0.1. It was my first shield charge build, and it did reasonably well. I'm sure there are some pretty good Chayula Monks builds out there. Definitely not going to trash on the Ascendancy too hard. It's got some serious potential. It's just very niche and needs, like, I think more support gems. Like, I want to try Darkness out and see how it goes. I don't think Darkness, like, my initial thing will be probably trying out some weird super chaos stacking with Ming's Heart, Darkness type build and see how that goes. We'll probably end up failing at, like, white or yellow maps, and then I'm going to swap to other styles, and at some point we'll end up on a traditional Thorn style, and that's when I'll call the build quits. But yeah, I assume we'll be trying a lot of weird shit. A lot of currency gonna be wasted. I don't know, I don't think people have seen Lazy Exile's AFK Simulacrum 4 Ritualist then, because that's using Bleed and it is an awesome build. This is all probably getting respect. I don't have a plan at all. I don't make mobalytics before I do this. I don't think about anything I do before this. I just go. This is probably, don't, like, if you're planning on leveling along with me, it, like, don't. This is probably dumb. Yeah, the new necklace. Alright, we got more rarity now. Nice, that leech is nice. Yeah, it uses the buckler plus the ascendancy point. It's really cool. And then it's just resting the recoup. It's not a good mapping build, but it's a cool build nonetheless. Apply those mechanics to somewhat of a Thorns build and you get the idea. Nope, I'm not using Swamping Ground, I'm using Whirling Slash.
The voice of the man.
Whirling Slash.
First ones.
Is there no limit to corruption's influence?
Oh wow, that poison actually did decent. Oh, I don't have Crown of the Pale King, that's why. I was like standing there expecting those to reflect. That's how used to Crown of the Pale King I am. I was like, why aren't I Thornsing him? Yeah, I need Crown of the Pale King.
Of pagan beliefs.
Already got a Chaos Orb? I didn't even noticed that. That's how brain off I am. Oh yeah. I gotta stop picking up so much loot. I don't need any loot.
Thank you. See ya. Bye.
I think
Music aid.
I should only be picking up currency right now. Poison duration, magnitudes, magnitude, down here. We won't take this one probably. I don't know yet. I don't know, like, do I need... Because in my shield chart, I've only done poison twice. I've done poison builds with shield... Well, I've done like 3 shield charge poison builds, but I meant in 2 different styles of builds. I've done poison and shield charge. I've done poison with Arctic armor. And in both of those styles, I didn't really need stacking any form of like extra poisons because I was doing one singular big hit, and that one poison was usually enough to clear. At most, I was usually getting +1, sometimes +2, but I was never getting like all the additional poison nodes. So stacking toxins is actually always good. The downside is counteracted by small nodes. Okay, that makes sense. I don't think we're going for these ones though. Like these ones might be too far out of the way. Like I imagine I scoop these ones. This might be an anoint. I doubt it though. I don't know. We'll have to see. Like my brain just tells me that if I just like giga stack all this poison stuff, it's not going to work at all. So like I just have to like half-ass stack the poison stuff. But we'll see what happens. Like I feel like I need to get like pure chaos. I don't know. We're leveling right now. I one-shot everything with Thorns, so it's not a big deal. Reduce, increase are additive with each other. Yeah, I'm really bad with all that stuff still. My brain isn't good at processing, like, the difference of those things when I read them in real time. I just see the negative and I'm like, oh, ugh. But I don't actually, like, understand half the time. Like, I understand the difference between less and reduced and more and shit like that, but when I'm on the fly reading, I don't... I'm a visual person. If I don't see the impact, I don't, like, the words don't mean nothing to me. But that's just like me being a PoE 1 noob, or PoE noob rather. I'll get better at that with time. None of the quarterstaff skills really call to me, Winter. It's the reason I literally have never done a quarterstaff build. I don't know, to me when I want to play a monk, I don't really care about quarterstaff. I want to use like fist stuff. And there's not really good fist builds really, right? It's just like Flicker Strike. But I think most Flicker Strike builds are using quarterstaffs anyway. But I just want like some like punchy build where you're just like flying around the map walloping people in the face. One of the quarterstaff skills I really like. I don't think that's the right way, is it? Yeah, it's a bedroom. I need to be opening chests and stuff, and like, because they said they buffed chest, right? Hey, nice, Barry. Well, maps get fun, man. It can be slow at times, but I'm glad you're enjoying the build. Yeah, there's a lot of awkward points. At some point, like, so... Right now, I'm, like, still having fun and grinding the game, but at some point, I'm going to need to take a break before 0.3. And during that break time, I'm probably going to be writing, like, Thorns, like, leveling guides for 0.3. That way people can, like, level through the campaign with less friction. And it won't just be like, you need to, like, level up scavenge plating. It'll be, like, more in-depth, like... It'll, like, break down the level brackets you should be focusing on upgrading gears on. It'll be breaking down, like, the bosses that are difficult. It'll go over the abilities that are going to be one-shotting you, the ones you can block, the ones you can't block. Like, it'll hopefully be fairly in-depth, but... That'll be when we're taking a break from grinding the game. I still think I got like at least 3 to 4 more builds in me. But we also don't have any idea when 0.3 is, so... do I want to grind for a level so I can do him with Crown? Sure. We'll grind for a level. It's only one level. If it was more than a level, I'd say no. I'll just do a level. He's fun with Crown of the Pale King because you can one-shot him during the ice attack. Don't need to go that way, I guess. This is an awkward area to grind. We're gonna have to reset it like 3 or 4 times, probably. These guys aren't giving me thorn stacks. Thank you. I don't think they're gonna nerf Thorns runes. They're not that good. at most, like, cause in Endgame, like, most of my Thorns damage is not the Lightning Thorns runes at all. Like, not even close. And in half the time, I can barely even fit them into my gear. I have to do, like, resistance and shit. At most, they're gonna put a level cap on them, because the other runes all have level caps already. Like, the greater runes require level 30, right? Like, at most, they're gonna put a level cap on it to where you can't use them until, like, level 45 or 60. But, which is technically a nerf. But I meant, like, in nerfing their damage, I don't see them getting nerfed. Like, they'll still be 1 to 100, because 1 to 100 isn't very good. But what makes them good is no level cap. Which is weird, because the other runes do have a level cap. You can't use the greater runes until you're level 30. But these ones aren't like that. But if anything were to change, that would be the only thing I would see them changing, is just level cap them. You would kill all Elemental Thorns builds if you nerf its damage. Because Elemental Thorns builds are already just really fucking bad. And you're really limited in your rune sockets anyway. Like, it kind of has to be 1 to 100 for endgame. I honestly think they need another tier. Like 1 to 250 maybe. And for, like, other elements as well. But yeah, if they nerf its damage, like, we would be, like, kind of screwed. Because it's really our only source of Thorns from outside of Scavenge Plating. We depend almost entirely on Scavenge Plating right now in endgame. Yeah, Lightning Thorns is really good endgame. I like it on my Warbringer too. Yeah, that's where I'm at too, man. I'm at 22k-ish on my Warbringer. With full Scavenge Plating stacks. Do you have a +3 Prism of Belief now, or are you still on +2? I imagine you're on +3 now. Yeah, it's really good. The difference that +2 to +3 make is freaking crazy. Yeah, the Lightning Thorns is fun. I'm gonna try it on my Titan soon. On a Titan soon. Oh wait, I didn't want to do this yet. We need one more kill, or one more clear. Someone told me there's a bug that, like, for some people it's not leveling up and they don't know why. Some people don't have that bug and some people do. That's weird. I've heard other people make that comment. So you're not alone there. There we go. Now we can wear a crown of the Pale King. Oh, these gloves are level 16 too. But then we don't get poison. Do I care about leveling with poison or not? Let's just put it on for now and see what happens. I'm curious what the Citadel boss will drop. You can still get the poison spread as a Chayula monk. There's a spirit gem for that. But I didn't pick Chayula monk. My community did. I still think Chayula is better than Pathfinder. That's why I put Chayula on the poll. But Herald the Plague is better, if I remember. It has a bigger radius than the Pathfinder one at max level or something like that, so Herald Plague is actually stronger spread. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to do that. Monka is definitely my least favorite ascendancy, AB. I would not be leveling this if the community didn't vote for it. Do the ice attack. Send it into my face, you big old mutt. That's not the ice attack. That is. Aw, it ended fast. Oh shit, is that attack?
I will take out your hearts and savor each bite. Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment.
Give me a divine.
The madness. It consumes my being. Oriana used it against me. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages.
Oh yeah, Colleen, I saw that. That made me sad. I think it killed my Arctic Armor poison build.
Find her.
I can't do my Arctic Armor poison build anymore.
But first,
And GGG featured my build that was doing that, and then they murdered it right after, like, hey, look at KallTorak's cool build. See ya!
we must make haste.
I'll take an Exalted Orb. 3 rares and Exalted Orb with this much rarity. I'm gonna put the gloves back on, those gloves back on, though. I might just swap these on for, like, pinnacle bosses, but I want to keep the poison gloves on for now. Yeah, I did. I just don't have much drive to try Lich right now, because I already have a Lich leveled. I'm sure at some point I'll visit it on the Lich for sure, because it's a good idea. But because I already have a Lich in Endgame, I don't want to... And I'm waiting to see if they fix Gilded Beetle for my minion build. I don't want to, like, change it from what it is right now. Because I'm still waiting to see if they fix the Gilded Beetle. Because I would like to finish that minion swarm build. It was really fun. But I've just paused it because they nerfed the frickin' minion I was using. They removed the minion I was using.
The clan. Who knows what pro. Yeah, sure. Get off your. See you.
Actually don't need you anymore. You're just trash. We might not use Mings while leveling, because we got the Rarity rings. But yeah, it's a good idea, Trivial, tomato, but
Greetings. Betrayal.
it is on the list. That might be like a 0.3 list video. It might be 0.2. But yeah, it's just that I already have the only reason that's like preventing me from putting that on the poll is because I don't want to change my passives for my my Lich right now. I'm just waiting to see what happens. Might be an end of league thing I test, or might be a 0.3 early on in the league type thing. Because if I recall, there is bugs. Did they completely disable the beetle? Yeah, it's gone. But they haven't stated anything on it. So it's like maybe it's back in a couple days, maybe it's back in a week. I don't know. Like, I'd be very annoyed if I changed that character to a Thorns build and then the next day the Gilded Beetle was back, right? But I heard there's bugs with Lich. The Unholy Might Ascendancy. Apparently the upgrade for it doesn't work with Thorns, so that's another reason why I haven't tried Thorns on Lich. It's because I heard parts of Unholy Might are bugged. And I'd rather test something when it's like fully functioning and like I can get a good idea of how all of the system works. But I don't know if that's true. But I've heard a lot of people say Unholy Might is just really bugged. Yeah, I had 8 million gold yesterday. Look how much I have right now. I spent 5.5 million or 4.5 million gold trying to fix my Bira's Ignite Infernalists. Like, just trying out different stuff. Like, it's just so expensive, like, testing stuff out, especially when you're on a high-level character. So if I, like, you know, it almost feels like it's better to just level the new Lich, and I don't want to do that right now just because, yeah, just level the Lich. It's on the list for sure, though. It's a really good idea. It's like an alternative to the Witch Hunter, which I did last season. GGG said something that Righteous Fire's coming. I believe they hinted it was coming with the Templar, but it's going to look very different. Maybe not very different was the word, but they said it's going to be different than how it functioned in PoE 1. Oh, is that where I need to go? Right up there? Sometimes I'm looking at chat and I'm fucking really bad at watching where I'm going, which is fine. I gotta stop worrying about efficiency when I'm streaming and just chill out. But yeah, I like the idea for this for sure. Cause you get the benefit from the jewel thing as well, which is just always obviously huge. You're high for Templar? Me too. I imagine Templar's coming with Thorns support. Like, of all the new ascendancies that are, and classes that are coming, right? Druid and Templar both seem like just the ideal Thorns ascendancies. Because, like, when I think of Flails, right? It reminds me of, like, D3 Thorns characters, and just Flails in general. Just, the Templar in general seems like, hit me, you get hit back, right? So it's like Templar just seems like the perfect Thorns ascendancy. And then one of my viewers has told me that if you go look through footage of one of the first Exile cons for PoE 2, you see the Druid ascendancies, and one of the Druid ascendancies for Bear was a Thorns thing. Now, we don't know if that's still the case for the next upcoming Druid patch, but, you know, it's very likely next patch I'm league starting a Thorns Bear.
I am brimming. Sweep the train. Move swiftly.
Yeah, I'm curious, Barry, like, Righteous Fire was never a thing when was not a big meta thing, at least, that I was aware of when I was playing PoE 1. I was bigger into PoE 1 like 5 to 6 years ago. I have loosely played it over the last 2 to 3 years, but over the last 2 years I haven't played it at all because I've been waiting for this game. But I've got very little experience with Righteous Fire. I tried it for the first time in Pox's last, not the most recent private league. He did that happen yesterday or whatever, but a month ago. I didn't get very far. I don't like PoE 1's campaign, but Righteous Fire seems really cool. If I were to guess how the #1 thing they're changing about Righteous Fire is, I think like it's obvious it'll be a spirit gem. Like, to me, when I just think about Righteous Fire being implemented in this game, I feel like it just obviously seems like it'll be a spirit gem. But outside of that, I don't know what they could possibly do with it. Because they say it's going to be different than PoE 1, right? So I just, like the #1 thing I would think of is it'll be a spirit gem. But outside of that, I don't know what else they could change. Gotcha. I've only ever played Whirlwind or Cyclone builds. Like, if I were to go show you my PoE 1 account, like, all my characters are, like, named Cyclone something, so... I have a very narrow experience of what the meta is in PoE 1. But I had only ever just... I didn't know what it was when, like, half of my comments were, like... I forget which build it was. It was before the Bira's build. But, it was my Arctic Armor Poison build. People were comparing that to Righteous Fire, and I was like, what's Righteous Fire? So... but it is very, like, I get why people make the comparison to my builds and Pox's builds. They are very much, they're not Reflect builds. Righteous Fire is not Reflect, but it's like, they're in the same vein. They're like idol builds, almost. I don't know if idol's the right term. But I get why people compare, like, Righteous Fire, Reflect, and Thorns builds, right? And yes, Bira's, I agree with you there, Colleen, that Bira's is, like, the true spiritual successor to Righteous Fire. I'm surprised Pox never got onto that one. Because that one really looks like a Righteous... Like, if anything was to equate to Righteous Fire in this game, absolutely Bira's. Do they have a release date for Druid? A lot of people assumed it was going to be in 0.2, but no. I assume. Passive damage, yes. Maybe passive damage is the right answer. Oh, hey, Curtis. I assume that's Curtis. No one else would be doing enough for that name. And if you're not Curtis, I apologize for insulting you. But I'm sure you're him. Yeah, life scaling, yeah. I forgot about the life scaling aspect too. It's not just the self-ignite portion, it's the life scaling too. Yeah, the only difference is it just explodes the screen instead of, whatever. To be honest, the only reason I'm gotten into Thorns is because there's, like, almost a community expectation of me to play Thorns. If you were to tell me I could play one build for the rest of my life, it's gonna be Cyclone. Like, I would ditch Thorns in a heartbeat. And I probably would have never played Thorns as much as I have if Cyclone was in the game right now, right? Like, now that's changed going forward, right? I'm growing to enjoy the concept of being a Thorns guy, but, I don't know, if you look at my videos on my channel, I want to say, like, more than half of them aren't Thorns builds, right? I had multiple shield charge builds, I had 2 Bone Storm builds, I've had multiple minion builds. I definitely, like, more resonate with being an off-meta creator than a Thorns creator, in my brain, specifically. But I don't blame anyone for, like... I mean, I just started a series called Will It Thorns, so, like, of course, at this point, you know, I'm leaning into the Thorns stuff, but, there's still plenty of builds that I want to play that aren't Thorns, I guess is the point I'm making. I'm just doing what looks fun in the moment. If Thorns wasn't fun right now, like, look at patch 0.1. I did 1 or 2 Thorns videos because Thorns was not fun in patch 0.1. So, I'm playing what's fun, right? If Thorns ever becomes unfun to me, I will stop playing it. I hate you. But yeah, I am a Thorns creator at this point. Did they change something with loot now? Like, whatever patch that just came out yesterday or whatever, there was loot changes. Whatever the most recent hotfix was they added, like, a day or 2 ago. There were loot changes. Oh, what am I not wearing right now? Oh, my boots. Oh, I took off that neck that had dexterity. That's why my move speed felt slower, duh. Yeah, you don't want me teaching you. I'm a noob. Hurry up, do the fire breath. Flamethrower me. Later. Where's her life? What the hell? She was like animation locked despite being dead. That was weird. I've never seen that before. She was like in an ultra animation lock despite that she being dead. Yeah, I don't think she realized she was already dead.
At least there's one scenario of this.
Early access is early access. Is it better to be unkillable or a glass cannon? Yes. The answer to that question is yes. Some people do both. Some people achieve unkillable by being a glass cannon, but in general, you want to do both of them, right? You want to be an unkillable glass cannon. I think that's the fantasy everyone's chasing in these games, is unkillable glass cannon. And there are some builds that do that. But if you can't be both of those things, most people go with glass cannon, because if you kill everything before it can kill you, then you don't need defenses, right? Did I talk to her? I did, yeah. Sometimes I'll leave the area without talking to her. Offense is the best defense. A lot of people think that. It's not a bad way to approach the game. Right, because it's better to be, like, it doesn't matter if you're super tanky and can't kill anything, right? No one wants that. Then you're just glass. Oh, no, you're not glass. That's dumb. You're just like a wall. You're not going to kill anybody. But you need some damage, right? It's a fine line between them, but I think if you look at my Chronomancer video I did yesterday, I ended up being more tanky than damage, right? But like some builds require that. But I think if you're like wondering what's best, just kill everything, right? Oops. I hate the caravan sometimes. Yeah, I feel that way too, Colleen. I feel like every league now that like all of my builds at some point end up being the exact same defensively. The first half of the league, I'm trying out a bunch of different defensive options, whether that's dodge purely or armor purely and stuff, and then by the end of the league, it's just forcing energy shield into every single defensive build as I can. It doesn't seem like there's very many good ways to skill. Life feels horrible, man. Like, I can invest so much into life and I barely hit 3,000 life. Or I can barely invest into energy shield and I'll hit 3,000 energy shield. It's just like a completely different world. Yeah, it was just, I obviously leaned into the tankiness with that Chronomancer because I wanted to show off the potential of recoup there. That's not an efficient build. You would never want to do that little damage in Waystone 16s, but it shows off the potential of recoup, which is why I want to do the Ritualist. I think Ritualist Thorns is going to be overpowered. Maybe. Why does Devman hate life? What does that mean? The only thing I hate right now is I'm a little bit hungry. Oh. Hate life. For some reason, the phrasing of it was, I thought you were like dooming, like, I thought it was like a doomer post. You were talking about, like, life the stat. Like, I was like, what do you mean you hate life? What's wrong, bro? I thought you were talking about, like, your mood. I got streamer brain. Yeah, I don't know. There's, like, you thought that too? Yeah, my Twitch chat thought it too. They thought they were talking about mood. Yeah, there's not very many good life nodes. Like, yeah, this one here. This gives you 3% last max life and some stun threshold. And you got this one up here, right? No, that's not even gives you life. I feel like there's like 1 or 2 other max life nodes, right? And otherwise it's just strength? Maybe there isn't other max life nodes. Max life? Maybe that's the only one. Yeah, there's just not much max life. But there's like a billion energy shield ones. And this one's 60%. Like, it's not that there's not very many max life ones. There's a bunch of energy shield ones. And they're insane. 60%. 25%. What's this one down here? 40%. This one over here. 30%. 80% from helmet, right? 70% from helmet. 40% maximum energy shield. It's insane. There's so much energy shield nodes, but maximum life, it's boop. Yeah, like maybe they just need to increase the amount of life you're getting from your strength because there's definitely something wrong here when I look at like how hard it is. Like there's no way you can do a life stacking build purely. There's no way. You're not clearing endgame pinnacle content purely life stacking. You'll need block, you'll need you'll need energy shield too. Like you can't. You'll get one shot. Hurry up, Babala. Jeez, girl. I'm already getting tier 2 glute in the campaign. I've never seen tier 2 loot in normal. Cool. Wonder how much of that's rarity or just the new changes. Yeah, it's just way harder in this patch. Like, right now you have the Grand Spectrum Rubies. And you're really limited outside of that. And the Grand Spectrum and Rune Sockets. And the Grand Spectrum Rubies are, like, such a minor increase right now for how expensive they are. It's really unfortunate. Saw a tier 3 today in the campaign? Damn. Yeah, I'm hyped. I've got a bunch of rarity gear just to be testing rarity during the campaign, so we'll see if I can get any divines before we hit max. Yeah, that's a lot of divine that I if I was a 1 build character, I've made 90 divine this league probably. Like, I could probably afford that, but with how often I reroll and then just try new stuff, like, I waste currency too much. I don't know if waste is the right word, but, like, I go to try and learn something, and then it doesn't work out. So that currency that I invested in it is like, I overspent, I guess, but not necessarily a waste. Are you over here someplace?
Not yet.
Hey man, if it starts raining currency, I'll be happy, because I'm wanting to really do a pinnacle content push on the Titan soon for Thorns, and that'll be fun.
Hold them back while I open the gate.
That's me too right now, Dreadpool. It's not Waystone 15s necessarily. I like Waystone 15s. It's about after 100 Waystone 15s that I start losing steam. I'll do a few Pinnacle bosses, a Citadel or two, 50-ish Waystones, and then that's when I lose. Like, it's usually when, it's not the Waystone count that gets me, but that's usually when your build starts losing the massive spikes in, like, damage and defensives. It's like anytime your build is at a point where it's like I have to spend 15 divine per piece, and that piece is probably a very minor upgrade, that's usually when I'm like, alright, it's alt time. Because 15 divine in a single piece is an entire new character for me. That's how I think about it right now, is it's just like... Because I wanted to push my Beerus with those Grand Spectrums, and I'm glad I didn't now, because Beerus is like... I mean, I'd still be using the Grand Spectrum in other builds, but... I don't know, that's how I play right now. That'll change eventually, but the end game to me doesn't justify needing to spend that much gear. We need, like, layers and layers of depth to end game. Yeah, that's exactly the best way to phrase it, Dreadful. When increments become too rare or too small, it's just like... That's usually when I start losing interest in the build. Like, the build has stopped evolving. You're not going to change the rotation anymore. There's no big surprises, no, like... Because sometimes, like, in Cyclone builds in PoE 1, right? It's usually the same throughout most of the campaign once you get it going, but you always have to look forward to getting, like, Void Forge or Star Forge and shit, right? And once you get those chase uniques, it's usually shortly after that that I'm like, okay, well, it's not changing anymore, and now I'm bored. Time to do something different. Or, like, stop playing, right? But that'll change when I think there's more endgame depth. I don't care about farming Arbiter on all my characters right now. Who cares, right? If farming Arbiter led to other Pinnacle content, then fuck yeah, I'd be farming Arbiter, right? But... You enjoy the road to endgame the most too? I think that's the good way of phrasing it. The road to endgame is a lot more fun, yeah. I don't mind endgame. It's just, I don't know. There's something about, like... I don't know. Farming endgame isn't super appealing to me in a lot of ARPGs. There's very few content in ARPGs that I find farmable that I can actually just sit there for like hours and hours on end. The closest thing for me in this game right now is Ultimatum, but Ultimatum's got so much friction in it, and only certain builds can farm it, so it's just like... But like, farming Waystone 15s right now is super awful because like... Half the time it's like, oh, Hidden Grotto again. Oh, Augury again. Oh, wait, Augury for the 5th time in a fucking row. Oh, where's the bosses at? Like, grinding maps isn't fun at all. Half the maps are not the layouts you want to be doing. They don't have like, the most fun part of the game is bosses. Even with the tower changes, I still go like 5 to 6 maps without seeing bosses. I don't know why they remove bosses from every map. That's the biggest, like, question mark I have with the end game is, like, I want to fight a boss every fucking map. The bosses are the best part of this game. By far the best part of this game, in my opinion. Nothing comes close. The bosses are so damn fun, like, from the mechanical aspect of them, especially when you're not one-shotting them. A good 60-second fight is super cool. But you get them every 7 minutes. Or every 7 maps, and it's like... Yeah, I don't want to farm Waystones if it's just rare hunting. That's not fun to me. I want a boss in every map. I think. Especially when we get Act 4, 5, and 6, because that's gonna, like, what, double the amount of bosses in the game? Dude, Val Factory, dude, like, if I see... Dude, fuck Val Factory. I'm never going back. Wrong place. I have not tried Titan yet. You definitely have to do an energy shield hybrid with the Titan, probably. More than likely, I'd be doing energy shield recoup on Titan. There we go. I was looking for Trial of Succumus. We're going to get our Ascendancy. Chalupa Monk incoming.
Here, metal was tested.
Hey, JT, how you doing, bro?
Surpassed.
I really enjoy trying to make builds with the cheap uniques. I had a lot of fun doing that in 0.1, and what really sucks is a lot of my favorite builds from 0.1, like, for some reason, Snake Pit Pearl Ring was like a 1 Exalt unique last patch and a 30 Divine unique this patch. And I had so many fun Snake Pit Pearl Rings last patch that, like, I just don't want to revisit again because it won't be the same without Snake Pit, like, at all. But I used Snake Pit Pearl Ring on 3 different builds last patch. But it was most fun on my Bone Storm build. I love my Bone Storm builds. And I can't play them anymore because I don't have fucking Snake Pit. And I'm not playing Bone Storm without Snake Pit. Like, no way, man. No way. I generally hate mapping, to be honest. I usually only run Trials the whole time. I've never really developed that kind of playstyle for PoE 1. I do enjoy mapping, especially on a build like my Beerus build, but in this game specifically, for some reason, the boss fights are what I look forward to the most. Like, every time I do a map with a boss, that is when I'm most happy, because I get to, like, it's not just about doing the boss, but there's that guaranteed loot at the end. Like, no matter what, you're going to kill a boss, it's probably going to drop 2 to 3 Exalts, and you got a chance at Chaos Orbs and Divines and stuff, like... It's more than just the fun of the boss, but, like, maps without bosses, if they're not juiced at all, feel stupid. So they're just like, I don't know, the whole mapping process is really awkward right now. Again, I said it in my off the meta video where I did that rant. I'm about to go to the bathroom and get a drink before I do this. But this build, this patch right now is a build maker's paradise. If you're not a build maker, I understand why you might not really like be vibing with the patch. But as a build maker, like if you're just someone like me and some of you guys who I see talking in the chat, like you just love to just try out new characters, get 90 reroll, get 90 reroll, get 90 reroll. That's what this patch is for. Right? That's what this patch is perfect for, and that's what GGG wants. They need people like us testing all these different shitty builds and being like, hey, this sucks, please fix. And they're like, okay, here's your fix. Right? But, right, yeah, this is just a build maker's patch. Have you watched Off Meta Mike's video and skill combos and suggestions? GGG should lean into the map more. I have not watched that video, lady. Also, hey, lady, how are you? I have not watched that video. I saw it in my feed this morning, but I had a pretty big, not big. I was busy this morning. Had game dev work to do, and then I went and got a haircut, and then I started streaming, so I haven't had time to sit there and watch. I get 50 in a reroll. Am I doing it right? Yes. You do it right. Well, unfortunately, they killed your wand meta, though. There is honestly way more build diversity than anyone says there is. Yeah, I say in my off the meta video, if you're only playing S++ builds, yes. There's only 1 to 2 builds. But the amount of builds in A tier is a fucking lot. A lot. Like, the people who say there's, like, is the meta perfect? Is there, like, a bunch of F tier builds? Fuck yeah, there's so many F tier builds, but there's enough A tier builds. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm sorry about that. I left you guys AFK in that fucking whirling tornado. That was rude of me. I hate right now building only one thing. Trade is mostly dead. If only one thing you can offer is an Exalt. So I'm not making any trying to make any assumptions here, Psycho. But you might need to go again, there are lots of problems like that with trade. But if you go watch DS Lily's trade videos, she goes over a bunch of techniques that can help you find people who are not going to ignore you. Yes, when you're trying to buy specifically things for one Exalt, it can be, like, just buying in general is rough for trade, but there are techniques you can do that will, like, make it easier for you to find the people that won't ignore you, right? Sorting by how long ago they listed it. If it's a listing that's like months or weeks old, they're obviously not going to be looking to sell it to you. But if it's one that's hours old, you're more likely to buy it. Like, there's a lot of little techniques you can try. Actually, oh hey, Dirk Goose, thanks for the Twitch Prime, man. Or the sub, not a Prime, it's a sub. I'm not sure the difference, but it's a regular sub. Thanks, man. Appreciate the support. All the money goes to my stream or towards my game development company, so I appreciate it. What nodes do I plan on taking first? I don't know. I literally just ran into this. I have not planned a thing. It might be taking the one where you just get a random chance to do extra chaos damage, because just the idea of a Thorns hitting for 90% extra chaos damage randomly is hilarious to me. So probably that one first. But I haven't thought about it. It's rough, Dirk. It is rough. It's fun, but it's rough. It takes gear investment for sure. If you're not running good Thorns runes, like the 1 to 100 lightning thorns, you'll be losing a lot of damage. I almost didn't want to put a Mobilytics for that build because I didn't want, like... It's not a bad build, but it's rough, man. It's rough at times. Oh yeah, the chess piece is key, dude. Like I said in the video, I was going to give up. I was, like, literally going to make this video and, like, put a big thumbs down in the title, or in the thumbnail, right? Like, I was ready to clickbait the crap out of that. Nothing's proccing my Thorns here. I need to get one of these guys to hit me. Thank you. But yeah, that chess piece is required. Like, if you're saying it's a problem right now, go buy that chess piece right now. Like, literally right now. You can probably get one for an Exalt. I don't know if the price went up after I made the video, but I bought one for 10 Exalts that had 3 sockets yesterday. So, I bet you can find one real cheap. That chess piece is required for making you survive on that Chronomancer. Like, it was awful until I put on that chess piece. Absolutely awful. But the chess piece changed everything. I'm not trying to oversell it or anything. Like, I hated the build. I didn't hate the build, but it was like gonna be a don't play this patch until I put on that chess piece. I was not even planning on putting a Mobilytics in it until I got that chess piece. That chess piece was what turned the build around. Completely. I agree, Psycho. A part of that is just because, like, of the enjoyment of it is it's all new and fresh. That was one of the points I tried to make in that video, was that, like, the feedback they're not giving is wrong. I don't think anyone shouldn't give feedback on the endgame, right? But, like, people are so focused on only giving endgame feedback because it's so bad. But it's bad because it's unfinished. So there's, like, only so much, like, there's only so much reasonable feedback you can give about something that's unfinished, right? But these people are, like, only focused on the end game and trying to make the end game perfect right now, and it's like, we're not there yet. We need to focus on other aspects of the game, and one of the best aspects of the game is the build making. There's just so many different ways that, like, it's not even just because the build making is good, it's because no one knows what to do, right? There's a discovery aspect right now that makes these early phases more fun, because everything is just so, like, every day there's a new meta, there's a new mechanic that people learn, a new bug that people are exploiting. That's not going to be the case forever, but, like, enjoy this as much as you can right now. This, like, Wild West, everything is new every day. Like, eventually, in 2 to 3 years, maybe 5 to 6 years, it'll be more or so, like, closer to PoE 1, where it's not figured out, but more or so, like, there's not as much discovery. Right now, this game is essentially a blank canvas. It's not a full blank canvas because you're given a map the devs have to, like, you're in a framework, right? It's not a blank canvas, but it's the blankest the canvas is ever going to be, and you're going to get the most fun painting right now. As broad as a stroke as you can. Just fucking have fun, try out different stuff. There's no reason to invest 6,000 Divine into a single build right now and then complain that you don't have anything to do, because the devs have even said that you're not going to be able to play the game that way right now. There's like 4 layers of endgame bossing that needs to be on top of this for you to have that level of satisfaction. So if you're playing that way, you're setting yourself up for not enjoying the game. I want to see Molten Strike become meta. Mace skills need a lot of love in general. There are a lot of skills that I look at and I'm like, you're unplayable. Like Rain of Arrows. I don't know if Rain of Arrows is unplayable in 0.2.
That was close.
But in 0.1, Rain of Arrows was horrible. I'm talking about the one, not the one that you do the spiral. I think it's called Spiral Volley. Not that one, but the one that was just literally you just call down arrows onto you. Like, there are so many abilities that are just like, I want to get those, like, that are just no one's made builds with, and it's just like, or the uniques no one's made builds with, like the Chobber one. I want a good Chobber build. Rain of Arrows, that one. Yeah, I tried Rain of Arrows really hard in 0.1, and it was so bad. Rain of Arrows on Deva is definitely strong for single target, but there are just better options. Oh, is it cool now? Or cooler now? I tried it in 0.1. Maybe I just sucked with it in 0.1. 0.1, I couldn't get its damage up. I haven't tried it in 0.2. Firestorm. I've seen a few Firestorm builds, but they're usually like... Firestorm's like a... Not the core of the build. It's always like a thing that's a part of it. It's not like super important. As in, like, it's just like a part of the engine, but not like the main source of damage. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. I really want to play a Bone Storm build again. If I get a Snake Pit Pearl Ring to drop, I would love to level a snake, do a Bone Storm character. It just sucks that that unique is so expensive now. It's literally required for Bone Storm. Like, there's no way I would ever enjoy Bone Storm without it. Now that I've played it with it. Maybe I should be trying to chance for one. Corey the Jung, Firestorm is the strongest spell in the game. That's cool. I like him a lot. He's one of the few blasters I like. Not okay. That's a horrible way to phrase that. I don't dislike anybody. There's no one I dislike. A fan of, I guess. He's a blaster that I am a fan of. I like his content because I think we're talking about the same person, but the way he does his intros, it's just like he goes straight into it. Like my videos, I like to tell stories. It's clear I like to talk and stuff, but So, like, I make my, and I like to edit and stuff. Like, the whole reason I started my YouTube channel is editing. So, like, my stories are, like, more story-based, like, in the intro. Like, I spend, like, 5 minutes just, like, bringing you along with what I did with the build. But with him, he's just, like, he doesn't do any intro. He just fucking goes into it. He's just, like, here's the mechanics. Boom, boom. It's good like this. It's good like this. It's good like this. It's good like this. And he's doing it not just, like, so many of the blasters, they're not good at communicating, I guess. I don't know. Like, they'll either like me, where they'll over-explain stuff, or they don't know what specific that they need to talk about, and they'll focus too much on something they shouldn't. But, like, Jungron and his, like, he doesn't waste a fucking word. His intros are as efficient as his gameplay, and, like, I will click on every one of his videos that I see in my feed because I know in that first 2 to 3 minutes, I'm going to learn more about the game than any other creator in 2 to 3 minutes. Period. Period, 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 period. He does, like, he's just efficient across the board. And, yeah, I like that. It's not my style. I would get bored of making videos if I were doing it that way. But as someone who's looking to learn, and then generally I don't care what, like, blasters do. Like, obviously I want to learn what the best mechanics are and stuff, and he is great for that. Yeah, snake pits are 10 plus. Oh, that's not too bad. Earlier in the league, they were way more expensive. I could afford 10 divide if I, like, especially in the new drop rates, right? Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about Snake Pit with Ritualist. That'd be cool. Do you play other games other than PoE 2? Yeah. I play a lot of, like, party games with my friends. But then, like, as a main game, like, I mainly just played WoW. But I've quit WoW recently, so... Right now, I guess the only game I play right now is PoE 2. But I'm pretty busy right now. But I'm like I play all types of games. I'm not like I play MOBAs, I play RTS games. I was like a month ago I was grinding the fuck out of Warcraft 3. A month before that I was grinding StarCraft 2 again. Play MOBAs like Heroes of the Storm. I love fucking games like Dark and Darker. I used to make Dark and Darker content on this channel. Some of the first videos I was getting subscribers for on this channel, which would, like, started the snowball for my channel getting big, was originally Dark and Darker videos. If you go look at my oldest videos, like, a lot of my first ones that started getting thousands of views were Dark and Darker videos. Yeah, I'm going Rarity rending first, just because I think it's funny. Chalupa it is. Any opinion on WoW introducing single target button rotation? If you look through my channel, like, I'll just say I've played Blizzard games my entire life. I mean, like a lot of you, right? We're all, like, super hardcore Blizzard fans. My channel got big off of their Season of Discovery game mode. I used to also work in Heroes of the Storm esports and StarCraft esports. So I've actually been, like, I used to do a podcast called Town Hall Heroes, and Blizzard flew me to their offices to host the podcast from their offices. Like, I've been closely involved with Blizzard for a very long time, and this channel got a lot of its subscribers before PoE2 from WoW. But where I'm at with Blizzard as a company is I don't even associate with them as the same company they were before. I believe not a single one of their team has a leadership with any real vision or direction. I have, like, I am not playing Blizzard games anymore, ever again. And it's, like, for multiple reasons. As a fan of the genre, who just feels just completely disconnected with them across all of their games, as a human being watching how they operate morally, to also someone who works in the industry as a game developer. But, like, how I saw, like, Season of Discovery, this most recent WoW version, if you didn't play it, some people like it, but the last 3 to 4 months of it, well, hell, the last year, I don't know. It had such a good start, and watching how the developing team has the direction they have taken that game mode. It's just like they have no they have like no direction. They're like like if you want to make fun of a developer team for having no vision, it is any Blizzard team. I'm sure they are hardworking and good people, but do you think anyone who is skilled at their job is still working at that company? You constantly see every year, every single one of their games has a new game director. How do you have a good game and good direction whenever your game director is fired every year? And then all of your employees are constantly quitting. Like, I'm sure the people who are there are trying their hardest, but if you've ever worked inside of any form of development company, not just game development, but any form of team, when you have that kind of overturn inside of your leadership and inside of your employee base, you cannot make a good product. The most stable team they have is their WoW team, their retail WoW team specifically, and it's their best product. But it's very directed at a very specific audience, and that audience is not me anymore. That audience is just not me anymore. I don't want to insult any of the developers on those teams. I got friends who are on that development team. I know they're giving it their all, but that company is just so poorly ran that I just... And the game's just not made for me anymore. So, yeah, I'm not playing Blizzard games ever again. That's where I'm at right now. It's a weird rant to go on right now. I could go on a much more in-depth because I've had a lot of involvement with it. Like, because like I said, I used to be, like, a contract worker for Blizzard. So I've had a lot of experience with them. So there's a lot of saltiness. Like, when I first started working with Blizzard, you know, back in 2014-15, everyone thought Blizzard was the coolest company in the world. But then when I started working with them, I started realizing that, like, I had all of my friends who were working at this company making $30,000 a year working in downtown LA. Every employee at the company lived in a house with like 6 other players, like, versus like any other game. Like, they were paying the equivalent of McDonald's employee paychecks in the gaming industry. They were abusing their employees' salaries more than any other company like in the industry at the time. Like, it was embarrassing. And a lot of these employees had developed a cult-like mindset. Like, Blizzard used to have a motto. Literally, they used to have a motto at the company. You want to be here. You are sacrificing to be here. It was a very toxic work culture where they would, like, encourage their employees to work disgusting amounts of overtime because you want to be here, because Blizzard games are the best. And we make them the best by us working you to the death with paying you as little as possible. Like, that, I'm not, like, it is insane to me how many hours these esports employees were putting in, making $30,000 a year, like, literally living, like, in just these rundown houses with 5 to 6 other Blizzard employees, always carpooling together. Some of them couldn't afford lunch consistently. Like, Blizzard developed a really toxic work culture. And I got to witness it, not as an employee, but, like, I was never treated badly as Blizzard as a contractor, right? Like, I was, like, both a commentator and, like, a cameraman for them, I guess. I worked with them in a lot of various different ways. Like I said, I was flown to their offices to do a podcast once. It is a very different relationship than the employees had. But when it just, like, seeing all of that, like, that's not like any one person being like, it was the higher-ups like Bobby No Dick and shit. Like, those people were the problem, but it was just a bunch of really hard-working people being abused, and it doesn't seem like that has changed.
I cannot.
Because when I look at these game teams they have, they're all understaffed, but Blizzard's got all the fucking money in the world. Like, the classic WoW team makes Blizzard so much money, but that team is like 20 fucking people. Now, they're starting to expand it more, but it's like... I don't see a reality where Blizzard goes back to the company we were in love with forever ago. Ever. No matter how many people try and, like, fix the company, right? Like, it doesn't matter how many good people go in there, right? It's corporate owned. They'll never be able to get the financing they deserve. Maybe it'll get slightly better over time, but I don't even see them as the same company anymore. As dramatic as that sounds. I know that is very dramatic. But I won't buy Diablo 4 ever again. I won't play a Diablo 4 ever again. I didn't buy their most recent expansion. I still play the Season of Discovery game, though, just because I love the guild I've raided with. But, like, I've told them this is, like, my swan song, right? Like, this is it. Like, once this raid is over, I'm unsubscribing forever. I haven't played Retail WoW. I haven't bought the last 2 expansions. Like, I don't know. Again, I don't want anyone at the company to, like, I'm not saying anything bad about those people, because I'm sure all of those individuals that are trying to make the game better are trying their fucking hardest, but Activision does not give a fuck about them. Or it does not give enough fucks about them, is probably the best way to phrase it. Because every one of those teams needs to be doubled in its size. Same, JT. Like, Larian and GGG are the few studios that it's like... My game studio is, like, super small. It's just me and one friend. We want to hire more people one day, obviously, if we get the money for that. But, like, when you look at, like, what an indie studio can become, and I know GGG and Larian are not classified as indie anymore, but they started as indie, right? Like, those are the only companies that, like, I look at right now that, like... One, both of them are treated early access not as a marketing tool. Baldur's Gate 3, everyone looks at it as the most amazing game. That game was in early access for a long fucking time. A long-ass time, and it was really bad initially. It used early access properly. It was not using early access for marketing, and GGG is doing the same right now. Versus so many of these other studios, like the RuneScape company, Jagex. I don't know if they're still owned by Jagex anymore, but the RuneScape company, they just released their Rust-type game, the survival game. It is a super unpolished turd. Why is this game in early access already? This is standard for so many companies now, where you release early access games because you need more money. And I get why a smaller studio does that, but why are so many, like, you just see it so often with bigger studios. It's just like, your game needs 6 months to another year before you're ready for early access. And I think that's part of the reason why so many people give GGG shit. Like, they say, we can't give GGG the benefit of the doubt. This doesn't feel like an early access game. No, you've just played a lot of really, like, pre-alpha games that weren't early access. You're used to playing just the most dog water early access game. Yeah, CD Projekt Red people make good shit too. I don't know much about their business practices though. I'm sure they're fine, because I haven't heard about them, right? You always hear about the bad people, not the good people, so. But there's just so many companies that just abuse their employees. A lot of game development companies. RuneScape Dragon Realms was not made by Jagex. Oh, I didn't even know that. That's sad. For some reason, I thought it was Jagex. I heard the bones of it are fun, but and I'll check it out one day. But yeah, it's just like it seems like another one of those games that's just way too early. Yeah, why are we doing early access for this game right now? Like, it didn't seem ready. Hey, what's up, Spectre? I need to get Herald of Plague. I'm not even using Scavenge Plating right now. I need to get a Spirit Gem. Oh, I do have a Spirit Gem. What's my dex at? Can I use Herald of Plague? What is it, Ranger? Plague, no. Oh, Peril of the Plague. I need level 26 and a level 8 Spirit Gem. What is this? This is a 6. Okay. Can't do Peril of the Plague yet. Yeah. I don't even know how we got to that point, but... Oh yeah, we're shit talking Blizzard. Yeah, these companies are just... It's weird. It's easy to take advantage of your audience, I guess. That was kind of cool. Yeah, we just won't be able to do that.
Immortal, I ask you.
I agree, Damon. That's what it should be used for. But a lot of these companies aren't using it for that. Examples of companies doing that are GGG and Larian with Baldur's Gate 3. A lot of these companies release completely... Like, you can get feedback without doing a paid early access, right? There are closed tests for that. I've taken a part in... I'm sure you have too. I'm sure you've been a part of a lot of closed betas that are not paid early access. You sign up for them on your website. You get access for a weekend to test them. Those are how you get the good feedback. When you're releasing a dog shit ass game into early access, it's because you're trying to make money off of an unfinished product. Not because you're looking for feedback. That's the difference that I see. Is that if you want feedback, there's lots of ways to get feedback. Lots of ways. But if you're releasing dog water as early access, paid early access, especially $30, you know what you're doing. You're being a twat. Did I not get the... Oh, I did get the thing. Cool. But I agree. Like, yes. My game company, our first game, and it's still in early access, but our first game, we released in early access for that reason. Our game's only $2.99, I think, is the difference. We're not scamming people out of $30. I wouldn't say scam. That's a bit harsh. I wouldn't say those are people trying to scam those RuneScape Dragon Wilds people. But some people are trying to scam, yes. But my very first game we released is in early access, and it's still in early access. It's called Castle Warriors. Right, like we've done the same. We released in early access because we weren't able to get to a wide enough audience because in our game we have like 50 different units. It was a game that needed a lot of balance testing because there's just so many different like build variations in that game. That's why we went into early access. But the game was playable when we went into early access. It had the full bones of the balance testing down versus some of these games. It's just like they can barely stand. And I think GGG's a good example of a company that's like the game is clearly not ready, right? If this game was 1.0, right, it would have a negative review of like -20, right? This is clearly not a 1.0 product, right? So, but it's good enough that we can give them the feedback we need. Like this is a proper early access, right? I have no idea what that means. Yeah, scummy behavior, overcharging for yeah. But I don't like if you're charging for a product that is that unplayable. Like so much of the content was missing in them and stuff. Like that's what closed betas are for. And maybe, okay, I could be completely wrong. Maybe RuneScape Dragon Wilds had like many internal closed betas or public closed betas that they're sending emails for that I'm unaware of, right? Like maybe they went through a very long development cycle where they were actually getting those people testing it. But $30 for that game, it's like, I am not willing to pay that for that, right? I'll pay $30 for, like, right, okay, let's do it this way. I paid $30 for this game, right? Compare that to Dragon Wilds. That is also $30. That is, I guess, where my perspective is, I guess, is the biggest thing, is, the value of it is clearly not even comparable. And this is this is what I would expect most early access builds to hold up for. Like, this is what I expect an early access game, is what GGG has given us here. It's got a lot of bugs, a lot of balance problems, but I can put hundreds of hours into it easily. If I can't grind your game non-stop, if I hit a wall due to lack of content or bugs, and there's like no alternative, no alternate builds, because Dragon Wilds is missing so many skills and alternate level up styles, right? I don't even know what you're talking about right now, Darthflop, but if you're if like your hope is to get credit, like, that's weird. I don't even know what you're even talking about, but I would lose that hope. I don't even know what you mean credit. Like, what are you talking about here? Yeah, exactly, Ben. Like, if anything, GGG might have, like, ruined my future expectations for early access games, because this early access game, it is unrealistic to have put this many hours into compared to any other early access. The only other early access game I can think of that I have put this many hours into is maybe Rust. I think Rust was in early access for a very long time, and I put a lot of hours into Rust. I'm trying to think of other early access games, like, I'm sure there's some, like, but nothing like this. Nothing as much as I've played this game. I know Dark and Darker, maybe Dark and Darker is the closest, I would say. I played a lot of, yeah, I would say Dark and Darker is the closest for me, but this game is, like, better than Dark and Darker, so. I love Dark and Darker still, but I would say Dark and Darker is probably close for me. I put a lot of hours in the Dark and Darker.
Death reclaims its own.
Color reaches 1200. I mean, yeah, there's just like. PU is so good, keep forgetting that it is early access. It's very much early access. It is very much early access. I think when people look back on what this game is right now in a year to 2 years, it's going to be mind-blowing. We're going to have three, like, think about this. Just don't think about all the other new classes and skills that are getting added. We're getting 3 new acts, right? Those 3 new acts come with 3 new pinnacle bosses, and then a whole bunch of new map bosses with a whole bunch of new map layouts and new map mob types. Like, just adding 3 new acts alone gives us so much new content boss-wise. Like, that alone is just hype to me. Like, right now, mapping gets repetitive, but we're about to have double the amount of bosses, double the amount of pinnacle bosses, and then they're going to add more on top of that, obviously, right? But, like, just that aspect for it is, like, super exciting to me. It's just, like, we only have 3 acts. And that's going to be adding so much to the game. It's exciting. It's why I'm, like, okay making, like, not okay, that's the weird word to use. Like, it's why I'm committing this much time to the YouTube channel. Is because, like, I see this game as my, like, It's weird to say forever ARPG, because obviously nothing is forever, but, like, for the next 5 to 10 years, right? Like, this game is the worst it's ever going to be, and I already fucking love it. Like, it's so bad, and I already fucking love it. It's not so bad, but you get what I'm saying, right? For what it's going to be, it is so bad, right? What we know it can become. And it's not bad. It's good in its current state. So it's just like, yeah, I'm literally okay saying this game is like my forever ARPG. Forever, again, sounds super cringe. It's not the right word, but it's the word people use in MMOs. I don't know if you guys have heard the term, but people in MMOs say they want the forever MMO. They want an MMO that they can play for the rest of their life. They don't have to swap games. They can have one character that they're building up forever. It's like a forever MMO. ARPGs don't really work that way. People like to play multiple ARPGs between seasons. I'm not actually looking for a forever ARPG, but what I mean by that is I will be playing this ARPG for a good while. I have not tried doing Magma Barrier with Thorns yet. I heard Magma Barrier is really bad. I heard it got nerfed into the ground. I have not tried it yet, though. I have not tried it, but I heard it was not good. I played with it when it was doing 1.5 million to like 40 million damage. So I have not been tempted to play it since it is doing 1/10 of its damage now. Axes and swords. Like, we're missing axes, swords, daggers, fist weapons, so many other skill gems that won't be weapon dependent, more uniques, like, not to mention all the ascendancies. We're missing Druid, Templar, was it Gladiator? Flails, right, Flails. Ugh. Guys, the game is the worst. Like, I hate talking like this because I don't like sounding like a fucking simp. But because, like, no game is perfect, but I don't know. Like, there's just something about this game that has just caught me. I don't like Thorns. Like, okay, I don't dislike Thorns builds. I think they're funny, right? But that's it. This isn't my main play style. I don't want to play Thorns forever, but here I am, having fun. Like, I would not enjoy this in any other fucking game like this. Not Thorns to this extent, right? I've never leveled through a campaign this many times. And it's just gonna get better. Yeah, and eventually we're gonna fix armor and energy shield. That's fine, Dirk. To be fair, Dirk, this game should not be your main game right now. For a majority of players, that should be the correct answer. For most people, I would understand if they were like, yeah, this game just isn't like 100% for me yet. That's correct, it is. And that's because it is not finished. There's probably aspects of this game that you are looking for that is just not added yet. Specifically like endgame stuff or crafting stuff, right? If like you're someone who enjoys those deep grinds in the endgame or you enjoy crafting, you know, like, I completely understand if this game's not for you. You just grind Rust a lot? I mean, yeah, Rust is fun, so I get that. But I don't, yeah, this game's not main game worthy yet. Not unless you're playing it like alt spamming. Grim Dawn has a lot of good Thorn stuff. Yeah, I get a lot of people recommending me try other ARPGs yet. I don't know yet. I want to maybe someday. Right now, I'm not super interested in Last Epoch for a lot of reasons. Some of them have more to do with like, not the gameplay, but some of it has to do with the gameplay. I will try it one day, I think. But maybe not. I've heard a lot of good things about Grim Dawn, though. It's just right now, specifically, I feel like my channel's doing well, specifically with PoE 2 stuff, so I should keep making PoE 2 stuff. Did I not loot? Shit. I gotta go get that other freaking mask. But yeah, I've heard Grim Dawn and has good Thorns a lot of times. I heard Last Epoch has a good deterministic trade system, so maybe solo self-found's better in that game, but in general, I don't like solo self-found, and it's just because, like, a lot of my builds are very weird, right? Like, I would not be able to have the freedom, like, I do a new build once a week, right? If I did a new build once a week in solo self-found, I would be quitting them at, like, level 70, and they would, like, have no uniques and stuff, right? Like, the way I play the game does not function in a way that GGG designs trade. In time, that might change. And I'm sure every once in a while I'll visit solo self-found for fun, but I think my main gameplay style will always be trade just because of the way I play with my builds. I'm not a grinder. I don't like doing the same thing too many times in a row. That much, at least. Like, I can't sit there and spam one map 100 times for Divines. Well, I could spam one specific map like PoE 1 could. Which one is it? So I don't want to, like, get into it too hard, because I don't want to upset PoE or Last Epoch players. I'm sure the game is amazing, and when I play it one day finally, I'll be like, oh wow, I can't believe I've avoided this so long. I was wrong the whole time. But here are my things about Last Epoch. One, this is not the main reason I'm not playing it. This is what I was turned off to it, just like I've been stalling playing it, is the combat, at least visually, from a viewer perspective, looks very floaty and slow. It looks very much like Diablo 3 to me. I don't hate Diablo 3, but it's not what I'm looking for right now in an ARPG. It just, to me, the game looks very floaty and Diablo 3. It's like light, fast movement. And after playing PoE 2 for so long, I don't want to play that kind of style, but maybe it wouldn't feel as bad as I'm thinking it would feel. But the biggest turnoff to me that, like, I was going to try Last Epoch when I got bored of 0.2. Whenever I took my break from 0.2 to 0.3, I was going to try Last Epoch, but Last Epoch does the same thing that Diablo 4 does, and I fucking hate it. They give early access to a bunch of people, and then day one of the game, there is 50 tier lists out. I hate that as a build creator for a lot of reasons. And it has nothing to do with, like, the financial YouTuber aspect of it. An active, growing meta is incredibly fun. It is, like, the most fun part of these games to me. And the perfect example I have right now is the Bira's build. Nobody predicted Bira's builds being a thing going into this patch. There was no way I was expecting to do a Bira's Thorns build, right? It was not even on my list of stuff, right? There is a active community development of a meta that is super fun in this game. And Diablo 4 does this, where they give a bunch of creators and people beta access because they don't want to pay for testers, or they just don't want to deal with a game releasing with a lot of problems. But guess what? Last Epoch and Diablo 4 released with a lot of balance problems with their builds either way, so it doesn't really solve those things. Random side note. But it's just, there is a discovery, I guess. I don't know. I enjoy it. It's what I have fun with as a build creator. Any game company that's doing ARPGs that is doing an early access to where you're going to have full tier list on day one, I am instantly turned off for. I don't care how good the game is. If GGG did that, I would be super turned off to do the game right now. Like, 100%. It doesn't matter who does it. Last Epoch developers, like, it doesn't matter who. But that, I know, like, some people might disagree with that, and that's fine. Like, you can, and please feel free to voice why you disagree. Because there's like, some people that doesn't matter to them, right? They won't look at those builds. They'll still go through it with their fun. But for me, as a build crafter, and someone who just, like, I don't know, that's fun to me. Like, every day there's some new discovery that's like, holy shit, did you see the new Jungron build? Where he's using the staff that does the extra projectiles, and when combined with Snake Pit, it's, like, crazy. Like, those things happening when you just wake up in the morning and it's like, oh, fuck yeah, look at the new build. That's cool. That is super cool. I love that. And that might not matter to you, and that's fine. I'm not saying your opinion is wrong. It matters to me specifically, though. And again, maybe I play Last Epoch and I fucking love it. But that was just like a, I don't know if it's a moral reason why I'm not playing the game. I don't think it's moral. But yeah, I don't know. It just matters to me. I guess that's the word. I don't know. It just matters to me. And it might, and if Last Epoch chooses to do that every single patch forever, then maybe I never play the game. But maybe one day I'm just like bored enough and I'm like, let's fuck it and give it a try. But it won't be, I will never league start Last Epoch. I will never league start Last Epoch if there are day one tier lists of all the meta builds. I will never do it. Like, it'll always be an, I'm bored, let's go play a Thorns build in Last Epoch and see what this game's about. But I'll never be like, you guys ready for patch 1.2, day one? Like, if they're doing the pre-release stuff, I will never be super hyped for a league start. Compared to PoE 1, or PoE 2s, right? Like, it's just way more fun to me, I don't know. That's the reason you quit, it's one of the main reasons why I quit D4 2, dude. I remember, dude, the last season I played Diablo 4, I was going to go into the next season, and a max roll tier list said Thorns was, like, D tier. And I was like, it killed... Hey, Dreadpool, thanks for the gifted subs, bro. I appreciate it, man. That was literally the last time I played Diablo. I appreciate the subs, man. It was literally the last time I played Diablo 4, though. It was like... I remember it. It was just like, oh, there's not even the chance that I get, like, it just, like, there was no, like, sometimes I do these builds and they fail, and it's like, okay, at least we tried, but for some reason, just seeing that was just like a punch to the gut, and it just, like, it killed all, and obviously, again, you just cannot read that stuff, but, like, yeah, I don't know, it just matters to me. No donation links? Yeah, I don't know, I feel awkward about that. I might have to, yeah. I might need, like, a specific link that's, like, if you want to donate to specifically my game development company, I'll put something like that down there, but I don't like the idea of people just like, hey, have some money. It just makes it going into my wallet. That makes me feel awkward for some reason. I don't know why. I know that's, like, a normal thing now. But to me, I just don't want, like, you donating to me. I want money. And I could use the money, obviously, for stuff, but, like, if you're gonna donate money, give it to charity, right? Like, don't give it to fucking streamers. Go give it to a fucking charity, not me. That's why I struggle with it. It's like, I don't want to encourage people to give me your money. I'd rather put, like, a, you know, an autism foundation or something down there that people are donating to. That's where I get hung up on it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's how I should try and interpret it. It's like a tip for the work, like quotation marks, work you're doing. I 100% agree. That is how it should be interpreted. But what if this is charity? Hey, man, if you're donating to the game company, it is charity because we run on negative money. All the money we make goes into buying new art and shit, and then even some of the money I've been making from YouTube now is going into the company, so it's literally like negative money in it. But yeah, that's where I've always like never had a donate button, and I've just always felt that awkwardness about it. I don't know why. It's small time donations and stuff, I don't mind. But whenever I see, like, those big money donations, right, like, those are the ones that I'm, like, afraid of for some reason. Like, if you want, like, you just send me, like, $5 right there with those subs, right? Like, that's fine, right? Like, exactly, a cough. Hey, Coley, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the Twitch Prime, man. Exactly, like, I don't mind those ones, but like, when you have that donate button, like, you just see it all the time, like, it's not a fear of it, but it's just, like, I don't want to encourage that. And the button being there, it just, yeah. It's a thing in my brain that shouldn't be there. Weird hang up. I think you can put donation caps. Maybe that's what I need to do. Let's put like a $5 donation cap. Oh my god. Where the fuck was I supposed to go? Up here. Rip. Yeah, exactly, Damon. It's like part of the reason why I would not ever actually put a charity down in the links is because it's too much work to vet a charity, and even when you're vetting it, you don't actually know, right? There's so many weird things with the charities. You don't know what the administration fees are going to and stuff. Like, it's rough. It's tough for sure. That's why I don't have any option. But the subs and stuff, right? Like, you have the Twitch subs, and then you have the partner on YouTube. Like, those are the options I allowed, because it gives you a little button. I think when I was doing WoW streaming more, I had, like, WoW subs. I think I'm going to have to get, like, Thorns icons for subs now. Like, I think all of my Twitch sub buttons, not buttons, emojis. Emojis and my YouTube emojis are, like, WoW, of my WoW character. I probably need to get, like, Crown of the Pale King as an icon, and stuff like that. Or something. The word Thorns. But yeah, that would be like the way I'd be comfortable with people. It's exactly how you did it, you know.
Like the dreamer.
I think it works out, to be honest, Colleen. I'm still going to play other builds. Like, I got my minion builds and my other stuff I'm going to play, but I think it works out. Like, I'm unfortunate. I don't know if fortunate's the right word, but there were no Thorns PoE 1 creators, right? Like, if I had gone into any other build style, like, I sure I would have had some success, but a lot of the reason I had as much success, right? The very first PoE 2 video I did is my most viewed video, right? Your first video into the genre should not get you 100,000 views, right? It was only because I was the first person, not the only reason, right? I tried to make the, like, I've got my voice, right? The content, I try to make it as good as possible, right? But I was the first person to make a serious video about Thorns and PoE. So yes, I am pinholding myself into being the Thorns guy, but it seems like it would be a strategic mistake to pivot at this point, right? If that, like, from, like, it would be not be at an advantage. And as long as I'm having fun doing it, what's the problem? It's not my preferred play style, and I'm going to still do my minion builds, I'm going to still do my cyclone builds, but, did I miss something? Oh, I need to talk to her. Oh, I didn't talk to the water goddess.
Welcome.
Rip. I have to go back. I killed her, and I lit her on fire, but I didn't get the orb from her. I have to go back. That's funny. Yeah, it was a completely dead stat in PoE 1 as far as I understand. I was never a Thorns person until Diablo 4. Is it here? Yeah. I didn't like Thorns in Diablo 3. I thought it was boring. The only reason, I think literally the very first video I uploaded on this channel is a Thorns PvP video. And that's literally the only reason I played Thorns in Diablo 4 was because they had the PvP zones. I've always wanted I love PvP games. I mainly play PvP in games or PvP games. But the idea of Thorns to me in that game in PvP was really funny, and that was my first real venture into Thorns, was purely through PvP. The idea of people killing themselves off of attacking me in PvP in that game was hilarious. If you go watch those videos, they're pretty funny. It was a funny-ass build in PvP. That was my first real venture into Thorns, so it's never been, like, my main focus, you know? And then I guess it kind of seems like I'm more of a Thorns creator than I am because I had the Arctic Armor Reflect Poison build, and then I had the Magma Barrier builds. But that wasn't me intentionally trying to make reflect builds work. That was just me trying stuff out, and then those builds just happened to be popular. But I made a lot of other builds. I made Bones, like, you know. But yeah, at this point, it's like, yeah, I started a series called Will It Thorns, right? Like, now I'm leaning into it. So it just seems like, if I've got the views and I'm having fun, why not, right? But if I ever stop, like, not having fun with Thorns, like, in 0.1, I did 2 Thorns videos, because Thorns was trash and not fun. If there's ever a patch where Thorns is trash and not fun, I will not play Thorns, I promise that. I might force other weird reflect builds, but, I won't play it if it's not fun. And luckily it's fun while leveling. It's cool while leveling, at least. You know, in Endgame it falls off, and then I can just transition the character to other stuff. But, while leveling, it's a blast. Like, it's not slow. I'm blasting through the campaign. My brain is off because I'm chatting with you guys, but, like... Like, these bosses fall over. So it's not like a horrible playstyle. Yeah, that Bone Cage build looks cool. I saw that. But yeah, right now it's just like, yeah. I'm having fun with Thorns, and I want to get better at it, for sure. I think that, like, in 0.3, if Druid is coming, and Druid Ascendancy has a Thorns bonus to it, Thorns has a real chance of being meta. So if I hit 0.3 hard with a really good Druid Thorns build that kills Arbiter on, like, day 2 or 3, that'd be awesome. And the more I learn about Thorns right now, who knows if, like, it ends up being a Poison Thorns, or a Bleed Thorns, or Recoup Thorns, right? I think Druid is right here. Druid starts right here. So this is like the perfect starting point for Thorns, right? You immediately path over here. You get the crit, all the crit stuff. But then you can immediately path over here and get all the recoup stuff if you're playing a recoup style with Energy Shield. Like, the Druid Thorns is in the ideal spot. And, yeah, just, like, learning as much as I can about Thorns. Like, is the Chayula Monk Thorns good? Probably not. But what if something about this poison style, or something about when I swap to Energy Shield or Chaos works with that version, right? Like, that is the reason I'm doing this Thorns series. It's, it does seem like I have a hyper fixation with Thorns. And there's a little bit of it, I guess, but, I'm more preparing for 0.3, I guess, is the best words I would use. Sorry I get rambly. I want to hit 0.3 with, like, an awesome build. Like, 0.1 was me being someone who was, like, a completely new person to the league, and, like, I had a whole bunch of awfully made builds with no idea how you should present a build. And people gave me a pass on that because I was brand new. And in 0.2, people aren't being too much, like, I haven't seen anyone being a dick about how I fucked up some builds, but, like, me personally, some of my early Tactician build, I did that early Ballista build, and then I did not update it, right? I'm very upset that, like, I went into Tactician and then didn't have a follow-up plan to give people something else to do after that. There have been a lot of miscalculations with my builds due to rushing or not thinking things through in 0.2, where, again, no one's bitched at me before, but when I look back at them, like, on my minion build, I had Brutality in my main minion while I was trying to scale them with a little bit of extra chaos damage. Brutality makes you do no chaos damage, right? Like, mistakes like this shouldn't happen in builds. So that's what I'm spending 0.2 for, is trying to become smarter at avoiding those problems. So when I make my 0.3 Thorns Druid build, I don't look back on it in a month and be like, oh, I wish I did so much better. Which might be unavoidable, right? Maybe, like, in hindsight, all builds suck. It could be, man. the crit damage bonus you get from Infernalist is like S tier. Like, Infernalist would have been one of the first classes. Infernalist would have been the first Will It Thorns video if I didn't already do it for Beerus. Because actually I was leveling that Infernalist to be a Thorns build. But then it just got derailed by Beerus, and now it just feels weird to be like, okay, let's try Thorns on it right after. I'm sure I will soon, but yeah. I think Infernalist is a fantastic option for Thorns. It could be the best. It's got so much defensives built into it. It's got so much crit into it. Yeah, I mean, Thorns is fun. Like I said, like I think I'll always say this. I don't think Thorns, unless GGD does some really creative and fun stuff with Thorns, it's hard to say, because like I think in a world, there's a world where Thorns can fit into any play style. Like in a majority of skills, if you want to play a specific skill, at some point you might be able to play Thorns with most skills in the game. But I don't think if I were to pick a single play style to play forever, it would not be Thorns. Despite that flexibility it has. It's fun though. I feel like I would want to do, if like I had to only play one playstyle forever, it would have to either be minions, because there's so many different minion types, or it'd have to be like something like I love, like Cyclone. But Thorns is like my perfect, like, I don't know, Thorns is good for streaming, man. I like Thorns for streaming. Because when you die, you have the excuse of, I was just trying to see if I could get hit. This is a weird route to go, but I'm committed to it. I should probably just be stacking strength right now and just respec, because like a level 50 respec's not too expensive, but whatever. I never really, this is why I don't do leveling guides, just because I'm really bad at the leveling process. I depend on gear to carry me through leveling, not my pathing most of the time. I'm really bad with pathing and just like efficient routing while leveling. I see what I want to do in endgame, and I just go for what I want in endgame, and I'm not like thinking about like the next 30 levels. I'm thinking about where I'm at, like at the end of it, and what I want at the end of it. So I just go to what I want to test, and I don't think about like what's the best way to level. Which is not like a wrong way to play the game. It's just why I don't make leveling guides. It's because I don't think I'm a good leveler. I don't think I'm qualified to make leveling guides. I see, like, it's like, there's people who get angry in my comments. They're like, dude, why aren't you doing leveling guides? You've leveled 5 Thorns characters now. It's like, I don't, like, my guide is get a bunch of really good, get a bunch of Gira sockets, put Thorns lightning runes in them, and then go through the campaign. Like, I'm not qualified to make guides. I don't know. I feel very, out of place doing a leveling guide, specifically. That's not where my strength is as a creator right now. Are you doing the Beerus Dirk? Or are you doing like actual Thorns? Yeah, I mean, I spend most of my time leveling alts right now. There's only so much I can grind maps. This is not a good map grinding game. I only grind maps when I need currency to start my next build. And I'll farm for like 3 to 5 divine. Well, I mean, like, so look at, it just takes time, lady, and the best example is look at Thorns in patch 0.1, and then look at Thorns in patch 0.2. Look at the difference in how the build plays. Thorns went from god-awfully unplayable, it was like a pure meme, here's what it can do, it can barely do anything, to now Thorns is like a fun and viable playstyle in a single patch. Now, there's no guarantee that 0.3 is going to add as much love to Thorns, but in a single patch, it can completely change how much we get for Thorns. So, yeah, it does need a lot more with it right now. A lot of builds do need that right now, but if you just look at what happened between Thorns and 0.1 and 0.2, by 1.0, I'm sure we're going to have so many toys for Thorns. I'm sure there will be ways to add Thorns to ranged attacks. Like, there's going to be so many things. Like, a single patch completely changed the perspective of Thorns. And that's as me, the guy who liked Thorns in patch 0.1. Like, I would never play patch 0.1 Thorns version after this version, right? Like, there's no chance. They're completely different. And that all happened in a single patch. Exactly, Cooley. And that's another good way of phrasing it. There might be something right now that feels out of place. Like, an example will be, what is that one, what's the exploding Flame Blast? I had a really fun Flame Blast build in 0.1 right now, right? In 0.2, all of us are like, why the fuck did they change Flame Blast like this? It doesn't make sense in the context now, but who knows? Maybe in 0.3 or 0.4, there's something that pairs with Flame Blast perfectly that just wasn't in the game yet. Now, I'm not going to defend them for the Flame Blast change. The Flame Blast change is really weird, but who knows, right? There's just stuff in this game right now that the devs internally are playing with very different builds than we are. And that can sometimes give them, like, a boggled expectation of, like, what they should be releasing in a patch. It happens all the time, right? Like, you hear these dev interviews, and they, like, say something that's like, oh, wait, no, that was 3 patches ago. Actually, we're, like, on a different build internally, right? Like, it's well, I don't like it that way. I like the old version. I had a really fun Flame Blast build where I was just walking through the map exploding it the whole time. It was kind of like Beerus before Beerus. But it was Flame Blast doing it. And I'm just sad that that's gone. I get that that is a good way of, like, looking at it. It's more like Hammer now, but after playing the last version that I very much enjoyed, I was just sad that they just added a long cooldown to it. Because the old version I liked. It was really cool. It definitely makes sense because flame, like, okay, if you look at Frost Nova and Flame Blast, right? Like Frost Nova, is it called Frost Nova? What's the ice explosion around you? Like, yeah, Frost Nova and whatever it is, and the Flame Blast, right? Those are literally the same spells, except one's cold and one's lightning or fire, right? They're just literally an explosion around you, except for one has like a channel time. So, like, there was a lot of overlap with those kind of big AoE around you spells that you could just spam repeatedly. Right, because you have to keep in mind that, like, GGG was what? Teasing? Like, in the original 0.2, or not 0.2, Path of Exile 2 reveal trailer, they showed every class, right? We saw Gladiator, we saw Druid, not Gladiator, maybe it's called Gladiator. But we saw them all, right? They have had Druid finished internally, right? For 2+ years. And it's not like Duelist, correct, Duelist. Like, it's not like they've stopped playing with those internally, right? They're still iterating on them, they're still working on them, and there's like a real brain soup that goes on there, where it's like, they just might not remember some things. Yeah, I bet Duelist, yeah. Can I live it? Oh yeah, easy. The druid will never be, or the community will never be happy, Colleen. At this point, it doesn't matter what happens. If druid has if anything Thorns related in its ascendancy, which one of the videos showed druid having Thorns and bear, I will be playing druid Thorns for sure. But druid.
Path to death.
You typing from your phone using text or voice or something? Autocorrect. Druid. Yep. Give me your points.
When I have war nights.
Like, well, leveling adept, there's no reason to me have been in stacking. Like, I should have been strength stacking just for the extra life, and I could have swapped those all in later, but whatevs. To the Dreadnought. I don't think so, Ben. The reason why I don't think that is if you go watch the campfire chats for Diablo 4 versus the dev interviews with GGG, like, sometimes Reddit are just dumb idiots, and they'll say, like, these dev interviews are horrible, and Jonathan and Mark don't say anything good. From my perspective, I've never seen two people on the top of a company do interviews that well. Every single one of their interviews, they say things I love across the board. It's very clear to me that they play the game. It's very clear that they put in, like, a lot of effort into the, like, understanding the game. Like, versus, like, if you go watch those D4 campfire chats, they have no idea how the community plays the game. When you watch Agrin from the SOD team talk about the Classic WoW endgame and how they're developing for it, it's clear he doesn't play Classic WoW. Like, that's the difference. Like, when I hear Mark and Jonathan talk, they are the best game directors I have ever seen talk. Period. Like, there's no one that understands their games better than any other people I've seen talk about their game. Ever. Like, it doesn't matter if you agree with what they want to do with the game, right? Like, a game can't be for everyone, right? There's going to be people who don't like your game no matter what. But you can't say they don't know, like, where they're going with it, right? Like, I hate the whole vision thing. Like, the people who say that they don't know what the vision is, you're stupid. It's very clear what the vision is. You can see the direction this game is going. If you can't see the direction it's going, your head is so far up your ass that you can't see anything. Like, that versus the D4 campfire chats. Those guys have no vision. They have no vision, right? I'm not coming at you, by the way, Ben. I'm not coming at you, specifically. I'm just, like, this is not me putting words in your mouth. I'm just saying that, like, that's where I don't think they're going to turn into Blizzard, because I know, like, the reason people think that they're turning into Blizzard, I assume most of the reason why people say that is because of the influence of, who is it, Tencent? So obviously they're not an indie studio anymore. Like, they have financial, like, it's not just them making decisions, but I am confident that it's mostly, like, 99% of in-game gameplay related stuff to 100% of it is done by Mark and Jonathan. Their parent company only handles microtransaction stuff. So, like, that is how, I don't know. I could be wrong, but when I hear those two talk, they play the fuck out of this game. When I hear those D4 devs talk, they don't play their games. They don't play their games. No Blizzard, like, they just don't put, like... And what I mean by play the game is, like, clearly, they all play the game, right? 1 to 2 hours a week. You can't be making a game unless you're a degenerate of that game. When I say the devs don't play a game, I mean they don't fucking play the game, right? They're not grinding it. Like, if you're not putting 100+ hours into an endgame system, how can you be making that system better? Because a lot of systems, they don't show their problems until you're 40 to 60 to 80 hours in them, or until they have friction with other systems that are 40 to 60, 80 hours deep. So if you're like one of these WoW developers that just plays a dungeon on the weekend with their wife, how are you developing this game for your core player base? You're not, right? You're not. But it is clear that, like, when these guys talk, that, like, they know what they're talking about. They understand the systems in their game. You may not like the way the game is going, but there are plenty of people that do, and it's just possibly a situation where the game's not made for you anymore. But there's definitely a vision. And these guys are definitely not bad developers. That is, like, far from the... Like, these are the same dudes that made PoE 1. It's crazy to see these PoE 1 players shit on the same guys making the game they love. So much of what's the core of PoE 1 was made by Jonathan. I mean, Ben, I only have 1,000 hours in this game. I have no problems when playing it. I think this game is fucking easy. He probably has 20,000 hours in this game. There is probably not a single fucking thing Jonathan doesn't know about the game. I believe he has no problems with this game. I think this game is easy. This game is not hard. And that guy fucking made the game. He knows every mechanic like the back of his head. Like, that's one thing that I design with my, like, like, the reason why we do playtests, right, is, especially as a new studio, is there are things that, like, I just know as a developer that I don't realize you don't know as the player. There are so many times that we've released 3 games now, and the first test we do with friends, there's every single time there's like these questions that, like, I don't understand what's happening here. And it's like, oh, you just do this and this. And it's like, but we're the developers. We knew how those things worked because we see the code and stuff, right? Like, sometimes you get dev vision. But even me as the player, like, I think this game has become easy, and I'm only at 1,400 hours, right? Like, so I fully agree that, like, when Mark's like, I don't see that problem. Like, I also don't agree with Zizarin on half of his questions, by the way. Like, that whole premise about how mobs are too fast and no mob should be faster than the player, that is a pussy, hardcore solo self-found perspective from a player who only plays the game one specific way where he's afraid of death. I thought half of those in all of these interviews with the developers, I think half of the questions are ridiculous. I think these guys are so in their concentric circles of hardcore, top of hardcore, on top of hardcore players that, like, the way they think and talk is not correct, right? Like, the game is not hard to me, and the whole concept, like, there's a lot of questions in that interview that I disagreed with, but, like, I'm just going on this one right now, right? The movement speed of mobs is not a problem to me. I'm not sitting here like, oh no, I'm being overwhelmed by mobs. I'm like, fuck yes, more mobs on top of me. Bring it on. Like, these guys, like, there's a quote from Zizarin where he says that he was worried PoE 2, he wouldn't be able to read chat while playing it. It's like, what? I don't want to play that game. The game's being made for different people now, I guess. I don't need the game to be that brain off. I want the challenge and complexity of it, but I don't even think it's that hard right now. And I don't get all of these complaints that are just like... Yeah, I don't know, I just don't get those complaints. I don't see it. Those problems get solved with time, because you learn more, right? You learn to navigate these problems easier. From patch to patch. What is Huda? What is Huda? What does that acronym stand for, Ben? Oh yeah, no, I get that. No, I have the same role at my company that Jonathan is, game director. So, like, I don't know. I guess I have a special heart and a place in my heart for Jonathan, but, like, like when he says stuff like that, like I understand why he says it those ways, because like that's how I go through with like when we play test with my friends and stuff. Like I have a very special, like, just the way like he says and thinks about the game, I understand it just because like I've said those very same things before. Like we had our second game release was a really shitty horror game, but it was like a puzzle horror game, and all of our friends were struggling with it, and like every time they were like, I just can't see this puzzle. I'm like, I don't know, I see it. Like it's just like there's a weird perspective you have as a developer, and when you've made it and like you want it to be hard for you too, I guess, right? Like didn't Jonathan say that in the interview? He wants the game to still be hard for him too, and I guess that's part of the problem, is he makes the game hard for him too, while it's also hard for, but that, yeah, I guess that's part of the problem, right? But I don't know, I agree with him too much, probably. I like both of those guys though, dude. I've never heard them say one thing that I was like, okay, no, there are some things. Like, here's a question I actually have for you guys. I don't know what to do for my next episode of Off the Meta, but one of the things that I think the devs are just absolute idiots on is obviously trade. You've heard me rant about trade like 10 or 12 times. Is it worth me doing an episode of Off the Meta about trade? Like, if I did a 10-minute rant from a new player's perspective on the trade situation, does that add anything? Because I know every creator on the planet, especially PoE creators, have made multiple videos on bitching about trade, and it's kind of like a badge of honor at this point where you're not a PoE creator until you do it. But do you see any value on a new player to the scene's perspective bitching about trade, or is it just going to be more of the same? Will it be like a topic that's like, oh, another person bitching about trade? I don't want to watch that video, because I don't know what to do for my next topic for Off the Meta yet. I'm either going to talk about Crown of the Pale King or trade, and I don't think trade's worth talking about. Just because, like, literally I see, like, thousands of people bitch about trade. It's just, I don't know if, like, if GGG sees someone who hasn't bitched about it, it'll do anything, but I just fucking hate trade right now. It's so bad. It's the worst trade experience in any game I've ever played, but I think everyone on the planet already knows that. Do you have something new to say? I don't know. I haven't watched every single trade video, right? Like, I don't click them all. I come from, like, MMOs, and, like, I witnessed, like, 3 or 4 friends quit the game because of the friction with the trade system. I had 2 friends quit the game without even realizing there was trade, and the third quit the game after struggling with the trade system for days. So, you know, I obviously witnessed the trade problem firsthand, and then have that perspective from an but like, I'm sure everyone's given their perspectives 10 times. It's just, I feel like I don't think there's nothing new to be said. Exactly. The trade system is caused by all the botters and the assholes in the system, but GGG has the ability to remove that friction at this point, and to me it sounds like they don't want to. They have accepted that this friction is a thing, and they don't want to do anything to solve it, but I actually haven't watched every single interview about it, though, so I don't know. That would be one of the main things, is like, I don't even know if an auction house is needed, but there has to be some form of buyout feature. The fact that the trade client isn't in-game is the biggest puzzling thing to me. Like, 2 of my friends quit without knowing trade was a thing. That's the biggest problem. Like, if that's not solved by 0. or 1.0, that's my biggest concern. Is when we go free to play and all the casuals who are excited about this game finally join, who the fuck's going to a trade site? I heard that console has the trade site in client, though. Which is fucking crazy. Why do they get it in client, but we don't? And I know there's mods you can download and third-party stuff, but the average casual is not going to do that. I'm not worried about me. I can navigate trade. I guess the reason I would make a video is because I need trade fixed for the ultra casual. I don't need trade fixed for me. I need trade fixed for my friends that quit without even realizing there was trade. That would be, I guess, the only perspective I would bring to the discussion. And if that's already been discussed enough, then I won't need to talk about it. The fact that it's not in-game for a new player to understand how to interact with it, that is the biggest problem I have with this. If you can quit, like, the 90% of players who play this game would want to interact with the trade system. Period. Done, done, done. Like, that, there's no arguing that. Solo self-found will always be more niche than trade. But when you have people quitting without even, like, that would have not quit, I guess that's what the phrasing is. If someone would have not quit if trade was better, then we should make trade better. But yeah, I don't know if that even needs to be said at this point. I'm just annoyed that the devs, Mark said in one of the interviews they are looking to add an auction house sometime before release. Okay, that's all I need to hear then. If that has actually been something that said, Cinda, if the devs have verbally said that by 1.0 specifically, some form of trade love is happening, I will never make another complaint about trade again. I have never been told that they have said that. I've always had the perspective that they are not... They're still digging their heels about trade, because people make me these trade videos where, like, Chris Wilson is, like, digging his feet about trade, right? Like, that's the only perspective I've known is from, like, the old interviews. I have not heard anything recently. If they have specifically said by 1.0 trade will be in a better state, then I don't care. We're good. Early, like, it's the same as all the, like, it's the same logic about Endgame, right? Like, I could sit here making 30 videos about Endgame, right? But I know Endgame's gonna get fixed, right? So why would I make a video about trade if they've said trade fixes are coming? Perfect, then.
You have your orders.
Won't make a video about it.
Yes, we can take you to the until.
The beast has grown.
There was a Reddit thread, the other day that was like you would have a vendor in your hideout, and like you would list stuff on the trade site, and you could invite the person when they whispered you. They go into your hideout, and you don't have to leave your map or whatever you're doing to trade with them. They go to the vendor, and they buy it from the vendor, and then you get the currency put into the tab. Like, there's ways you can, like, still have that trade system if they're, like, that set on the personal interaction, which sucks. I'd rather just have an instant buyout. But there are options to make it a middle ground, right? Like, if I could just invite someone without having to leave Sanctum, sweet. They just go to my tab and they buy it. They go to my hideout, they buy it, and then they fuck off, right? Perfect. That seems like the greatest solution ever. But I would also just take an auction house. That is the most Chinese gaming thing I've ever heard. And I know that comes off as bad, but, like, again, I work in the gaming industry, and there are a lot of, like, monetization techniques that, like, evolved specifically from those Chinese games, and that is just, like, having to rebuy your buyout tabs every season is, like, the most ridiculous, like, yep, that checks out. Because, like, in WoW, that's the same. Is like, the WoW and monetization for China is crazy compared to the US. And all the MMOs, it's that way. You gotta rebuy them every league? That's crazy. And I would, too. Here's the thing. I would. Yep. If that was a thing in this game, I would rebuy them every league. Interesting. It was weird how Whirling Strikes was interacting with that many mobs. That was cool to see. Yeah, I would buy those every league for sure. Well, I hope we get those soon. But yeah, if that's the case, you won't hear me bitch about trade again. So it sounds like I'll do episode 2 of Off the Meta. I'm either going to do it about Crown of the Pale King, because there's a lot I want to rant about with Crown of the Pale King and just, like, build defining uniques. I think some build-defining uniques are okay, like Bira's. I think Bira's is a really good example of a build-defining unique that's executed well. The Crown of the Pale King is not a good build-defining unique. Or the other one I want to do for the next episode is a video about PoE Ninja. Because I have a lot of thoughts about PoE Ninja, and then I want to, if I do the PoE Ninja video, I'm going to interview a creator who uses PoE Ninja to make their builds. Because I've seen a lot of videos about creators who they specifically say they've made their build by watching PoE Ninja. Which is literally the exact opposite of how I make my builds, right? I only go to PoE Ninja when I'm like giving up on a build, but I'm like emotionally attached to it. I'm not ready to give up on it, right? That's the only times I look at PoE Ninja. It's like, okay, I can't fix this, and I really don't want to move on. What can I find? And usually most of the time I can't find anything. I don't know why Nightbot timed you out there. I can read your message, though. Oh, because you did the dot ninja. That's funny. I gotta fix my Nightbot. I read your message, though. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Well, then how did my character end up on there? I've had 2 characters end up on PoE Ninja. How did they pull my characters? I don't think I pushed any button. Oh, it's not something I have to consistently do. Just linking my accounts once does it, like, anytime I visit, then that makes sense, yeah. I definitely linked my account then, but I don't remember ever, like, actively linking my Infernalist, because I remember I linked my Warbringer, but my Infernalist, when someone was like, your Infernalist is on PoE Ninja, I was like, huh? I don't remember linking that one. Is this build hardcore viable? Thorns? Probably to an extent. You'd have to play it very safe. Not on Chayula Monk. Warbringer or Smith of Kataba. But yeah, I want to like give my perspective on PoE Ninja, what I think's good and bad about it. Overall, like I don't think PoE, let me say this. I don't think PoE Ninja is bad. I think it's great. I think it's a fantastic soul. I have thoughts on how some people like revere it. And I'm not saying any specific creator reveres it. I actually appreciate the creators that talk about how they use PoE Ninja to scout for their builds. Like, I think that's really cool. That's super cool to me. Because there are people out there who just play this game and don't give a fuck, right? They're not like content creators. They just like having fun playing the game. And they don't mind if their builds get shown to the world. In fact, they think it would be cool if like they were just playing the ladder, and then someday a creator was like, hey, I checked out this random ladder build, and like, a lot of people would think that was cool if it happened to them, right? But like, I do think there's a lot of merit to PoE Ninja. I kind of want to interview someone on the show and be like, hey, so like, I just want to like ask them what they find beneficial, their process of scouting builds and stuff, so I can like show that to the community, how they look through their builds. So it'd be like a half the show would be me talking about my thoughts on PoE Ninja, explaining what it is to all the new PoE 2 fans, because I think, because I do weird meme builds, a lot of my audience is not PoE 1 players. I think there's a surprising... I should actually do a poll on my YouTube channel, but I want to say it's like a good amount of my audience is not a PoE 1 Andy. I'm not saying maybe not the majority, but... I actually have no idea what the ratio would be. But I'm sure there's a lot that don't have a clue. And I really don't know how to navigate PoE Ninja at all. So I would love to do an interview with someone like Lazy Exile or somebody who is specifically makes their builds from PoE Ninja. Where's that frickin'... That is a good point, Colleen. Is that different in PoE 1? The account linking for PoE Ninja? I mean, it's way more complicated than that, Jameson. It's not just like you just do that and then suddenly you're making a video guide, right? If that was the case, then there would be loads of creators that are bringing PoE Ninja builds to life. There's a process that these creators have that they're doing to find the builds that they like. The process they are of vetting multiple builds to see which styles they prefer. Like, yeah, sure, some of them are only looking at the top 1%, but for someone like Lazy Exile, who specifically targets a Simulacrum build, they're going to have a process for it. It's not just like, oh, it's easy, bro, load up the website. Like, it ain't that cut and dry. They're going to have, like, techniques and stuff that they're looking for. They're going to be looking for specific trends. They're going to have styles and stuff. Like, there's definitely benefits to interviewing people about that. Where the fuck is this monkey? Is he over here? Yeah, PoE Ninja on PoE directly pulls from ladder. Oh, cool. How big is the ladder in PoE 1? What is the best character for Thorns? A warrior, probably. Warbringer, Titan, or Smith of Katava. Maybe Ritualist, though. I am big hyped about Ritualist. My viewers didn't vote for Ritualist for some reason, but I'm big hyped about Ritualist Thorns. I'm like doing no fucking ailment damage right now. I should be like putting, like, if I was leveling Thorns properly right now, it's like, there are a bunch of physical damage stuff around here. What is this? Nope. We're not doing attack physical damage. There's 20% physical damage. 20% physical damage. There's 20. Ooh, physical. So this is what we probably should, like, if we were leveling this as a traditional Thorns build, because right now I'm leveling this as like a weird poison niche, and I'm not doing like any poison damage right now. Like, I won't be doing poison Thorns damage probably ever with this build really consistently, but if I were, it would be later with like Plague or Herald of Plague and shit, right? But like, if I was actually leveling this the right way, I have a lot of Thorns videos on my YouTube channel, Lewis. Yeah, lots of them. But if I was doing this traditionally as a Thorns build, I would drop all of this right now. I would like be pathed up to here. I would get these nodes. I'd get these nodes. I'd get these nodes. And that's how I have to level through Cruel. Because I'm starting to feel my damage falling off a bit. So I imagine that like at some point I'm just going to pivot away from poison for a while leveling. Because it's really not even doing anything right now. My Thorns is killing stuff before the poison even gets a chance. But yeah. Descendancy, yeah. Chaos damage might be good too. Where am I going? I need to go to the pit. Give me a second. I'm gonna be right back real quick. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, my food just finished, so I'm just gonna eat real quick. I'm gonna change my passives while I'm eating. Like for leveling, if I were to do Poison Thorns, I would have had to have done it very differently, and it doesn't help that I'm using Twink gear, right? I'm not able to get like a valuable test of Poison Thorns because I'm using Twink gear, and it's too late for me to like just go back, right? So we're just gonna keep playing the Twink style, but I'm gonna we're not giving up on Poison Thorns. I'm gonna try Poison Thorns maybe in Cruel again or in Endgame. But right now, these passives are like literally no value. So I'm gonna respec real quick while I'm eating. With the focus on Ritualist Thorns, Physical Block, and Thorns passes, I don't know. I would say maybe not Block. After my Recoup Countermancer, I'm actually pretty hyped about Recoup right now. I'm thinking about trying Recoup shield builds on all of my Thorns characters, including, maybe not my Warbringer. I don't think Recoup pairs super well with Block. It's okay, but it's like a little weird at times because you'll like want to take some damage, but you're blocking it, and then you don't block the damage you don't want to take. So like it's weird at times. I'm not sure how I feel about block stacking with Recoup yet, but for the Ritualist, I don't know how you'd play it, but the way I would be playing the Ritualist when I make it, I'm probably leveling the Ritualist next and not doing a poll. But trying to find out the best way I want to path this. If I'm playing Thorns, right, and I'm going to be playing Crit probably. But yeah, Recoup. I'm going to be playing Recoup on the Ritualist probably. Recoup, Bleed, the Ritualist is what I'd be trying. Go look up Lazy Exiled's video. Here, hold on. Let me just get it for you. Lazy Exile AFK Simulacrum 4. Here you go. Go look up this video here, or this guide here. This is a Ritualist build that they use to farm Simulacrum 4. It's not Thorns. It's got a very interesting route here, but you can kind of learn from this to get an idea of how you could potentially mix Recoup with Thorns. Well, right, you don't want to do this build, right? But use this tree as a baseline, do your pathing to Thorns, and then weave in as much of the Recoup as you can, right? Like, if that's how I was to approach my Ritualist right now, I would be trying to do a Thorns build, but then, you know, look at these Recoup options and, like, weave it in, right? That would be my suggestion until unless you want to wait for me to do my Ritualist. But yeah, that's what I would be doing, is trying her route, but a little differently. Thanks for the nice work, EMC. Nice words. I'm muting while I eat. You guys don't want to hear me smack. I'm not sure, because, like, at some point, it's like around, like, gem level 16, 17 that scavenge plating starts becoming a majority of your Thorns damage, but right now, majority of my Thorns damage is not physical. So it's like, I keep building for the future, because I don't like respecking too much, but let me look through my Thorns gear. Hey, later, Colleen. Take care. Have a good night. I don't use Path of Building yet. Thorns is very unsupported in Path of Building right now. God, I wish I remembered his name, because I wanted to add him on Discord, because I had a lot of questions for him. But one of my viewers is, like, doing the community building for Thorns, and, like, there's a lot of stuff that's really weird with Thorns, especially with how ailments specifically work with Thorns. So, like, I'm doing a Poison Thorns build right now. The entirety of Poison Thorns isn't supported in Path of Building, and then most of Thorns is, like, still unsupported in Path of Building. So I've wanted to learn Path of Building. It just feels like now's not the right time until he tells me that Thorns is supported in it, right? Like, because half the stuff I'd be testing would be giving me wrong information. So that's why I don't. I know it would be better, Pike, but that's why I don't. I should just go get my Scavenge Plating gem from my Chrono. The Chronomancer's cool, man. I wish it was just a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Sorry, I'm muted. I'm eating, guys. Just tuned in. What's the new Chayula build gimmick? I put up a poll yesterday, and my community voted for Thorns, Poison, Chayula. I will be trying Poison Thorns at some point in Endgame to see how it works on a Chayula monk. It probably will be bad, and then I'll try a more real style, but that's the gimmick. Is my community voted for Poison, Thorns, Chayula, so that's what I'm trying. This would not be on my list of things to try. I wanted to do Ritualist, but yeah. How's Olvaros Fossil, whatever the fucking axe is called, mace is called? It's alright. It's alright. I haven't actually tried many other maces, but it's pretty good. It's got a high attack speed, so that's why I like it. It's super fast. I'm just redoing my talents. I was just leveling with poison talents, but like I'm not really doing much poison damage right now. It'll take a lot better like investment in different gear. Like the fact that I'm doing lightning thorns, it's just like my poison's getting no value because I'm one-shotting everything with thorns. So it's just like the wrong time to test poison thorns while leveling. So I'm respecking right now while I eat my food. And I didn't have anything planned for this. I literally just... I booted the stream up and we went. I didn't have any skill tree plan. I didn't have a thought about it or nothing. Like we just went. We'll see how it goes, and if it goes, it goes. Here's what I was looking for. We're not even breaking armor right now, so we don't actually need scavenge plating in. It doesn't feel like I'm breaking armor ever. Everything dies before armor breaks. Okay, how much do I care about this area? It's probably better to go for these nodes first than these nodes. Like what I should probably do is like path up this way. Get these crit nodes. I need these crit nodes. But really, most of my damage is lightning damage, so most of this stuff doesn't fucking matter right now. Like, this is all endgame planning. It's like all lightning damage, you know? I'm just like planning for the future, I guess. Yeah, we're just gonna play this style for now, because even then, yeah. Saw a streamer last night doing a Deadeye Poison Thorns. Is that one of your builds? Nope. Wonder why you would do Deadeye for Thorns. Was he doing Deadeye for Caltrops? Or was he doing Pathfinder? Were you sure he's doing Deadeye? Because you can't use Thorns with projectiles. Deadeye's very interesting. That sounds fun. But nope, I've not done Deadeye. Yeah, right now I'm just trying out Rarity in the campaign. Like, I got a bunch of Rarity gear on right now, and I got more Rarity gear I'm putting on soon. I'm just trying... They did the Rarity changes, and I'm trying to see if I can get a single Divine during the campaign wearing Rarity gear. And if I do, I'll wear Rarity gear during all my alts. But, yeah. This isn't, like, the best Thorns gear, but I got Rarity gear, at least. I mean, Pathfinder's not bad. Pathfinder would work for Poison Thorns. For sure. My community voted for Chayula Monk, though. Alright, give me a minute, guys, and then I'll continue leveling. Sorry, I just had to eat my food. I was really hungry. I'm back. Sorry about that, you guys. Yeah, I mean, this isn't what I wanted to play. Oh, that's a bad way to raise that. It's not that I don't want to play this. That's ridiculous to say. I wanted to play Ritualist, though. I think Ritualist has the potential to be, like, top 3 Thorns. Where Chayula Monk, I don't think it has potential to be top 3 Thorns. But maybe I'm sleeping on the good old chalupa. Excuse me. Now where do I go from here? Do I get the crit stuff? I think I get crit stuff. I just keep going crit right now because I don't have much lightning damage. Eventually I'll get more thorns damage. Especially once I start getting scavenged plating stacks. I don't think I'm breaking armor at all right now, though. Yeah, it doesn't look like Whirling Slash is doing anything to break armor. Despite having Splinter and Quill Burst in it. I think I'm just ultimately going to end up going the Poison Shield Charge version. I just imagine me playing the Shield Charge version. Like, if I'm forcing poison, the best way poison will work is through Shield Charge. But I don't know. Well, yeah, we found it fast. Holy shit. Fastest I ever found that. Oh, nice. I can use my new Rarity rings. My Rarity is a lot better now. Oh, and the new Rarity neck. Excuse me. My Rarity is actually pretty high right now, and at level 37, I get it even higher. I mean, like, I'm convinced that, like, anything can work to an extent, right? It's just, like, what is your definition of works, right? Like, when most people I ask, would Smith of Katava work, is, like, would it be good? Like, if you're comparing it to as good as Warbringer, I don't think so. Like, yes, you could play Smith of Katava Thorns. It's probably good to, like, in certain aspects, but we get a lot of Thorns value from our chess piece. So you would need to get a base chest that has sockets and a Thorns enchant. But then your chest piece can also roll 150 to 220 physical Thorns damage. So you're going to be losing out on that damage no matter what. But the idea of having to get a base white chest with a Thorns enchant that has sockets, I like, that's just a tough ask, right? I think you would have to. Isn't the rest of the Smith of Katava Ascendancy really bad? Like, at some point when you had all 4 of your points, wouldn't, like... No, I know it's optional, but, like, when you have all 8 of your Ascendancy points, right? You've finished your 4th Ascendancy, like, at some point, like, you're going to be putting your point into crap or that chest node, right? And the chest node is actually good, right? There are ways to work around it. And I think you should use the chest node. But... Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played it yet.
Damaging my calm.
But I don't think it's bad, no. Like, Smith is pretty high up on my list of ones that I want to try, so... Like, if I were to do hardcore, I would try it on a Smith, I think.
Not yet.
But, like, if you're talking about, like, if I was going for max DPS, you know, I imagine Smith's not the option, but for tankiness, like, I would not be like, Smith is bad for Thorns. There's just, like, a caveat to Smith with Thorns, right? It's like, there's this little, just so you know, type thing.
Children of Servi's trying. Now rest.
I'm gonna save this for whenever I do the poison stuff. Yeah, like I would never dissuade someone. Excuse me. Like I would tell someone to play Smith before Chayula Monk or Chronomancer. Like that's for sure. Like don't be don't let the fact that I haven't played it yet be something that dissuades you from it. I think it's definitely really good. There's just like those little like, but you should know. It's a little awkward with this one part. It's an unfinished ascendancy.
I would do it all again.
And I know that doesn't matter to most of you, but I feel like I have to send out those TLDRs because there's like a bunch of people who do get upset over that stuff. Why didn't you warn me that there were better options? I trusted you. Like shit, man. I can only assume you're so stupid. How dumb do I have to prepare myself for you guys to be? How much hand-holding is needed to be a PoE 2 build creator is my question. At some point, I feel like these people are going to ask me to level the characters and play that for them. I'm trolling. Yeah, I was really hyped for the companion for Smith and Kataba. That's probably one of the reasons why I haven't played it, is because I heard it's really bad. I hope Druid has my Thorns Ascendancy. I mean, that's what, like, I get, like, rude comments in, like, all of my videos that are, like, it's crazy, you guys. Oh, my God. Like, I get comments that are, like, I don't do leveling content because I don't think I'm cheesing my way through the campaign, right? Like, here's my leveling guide, guys. Spend 3 divine on a bunch of, like, rune slots and fucking lightning it's not 3 divines, it's like a divine and a half, but you like this isn't a leveling guide. Like I don't do leveling guides, but I get comments that are like, how dare you post this video but not accompany it with a leveling guide? how am I supposed to enjoy the build if your dumbass isn't helping me level it? Like, it is that kind of tone from some of these people. They are, like, literally the most helpless little shitheads. The most helpless little shitheads. The tone that they use in these comments is crazy. Where's the leveling guide? Like, I don't understand how you're a content creator and you're not making leveling content. What do we pay you for? That's literally what someone said. What do we pay you for? Motherfucker, I don't get paid. Shit. And obviously this is a minority, but it's just funny. Most of you are obviously reasonable human beings, or I would not be streaming. Bro, I fucking... It's a video I want to make one day. 99% of the reason why I quit PoE 1 every season is because I hate leveling in PoE 1. I think PoE 1's campaign, and again, I'm not a, like, some of you guys know PoE 1's campaign like at the back of your hand. You know where every vendor is, you know every currency rate, you know, like, the scrolls are for this, and, like, you know all of that so well, you can navigate the jewel sockets. That's not me. I think the PoE 1 campaign is the single worst campaign experience of any fucking game I've ever played. And I never, like, in this game, I spam alts. In PoE 1, before they added the gold respecs, when you bricked a character, you didn't have enough regret orbs to change his tree enough. You had to level a new character. And I hate the campaign so much in that game that anytime I bricked a character, that was the end of the league for me. Every single time. I refuse to level a new character in PoE 1. I hate that campaign. The rest of the game is a 10 out of 10 experience. But the leveling experience in PoE 1 for me, I fucking hate. And yeah, I just don't understand the people that say the campaign is hard in this game, because I feel it's the exact opposite. I agree with you completely. The campaign in this game is... The boss fights are harder than PoE 1 boss fights. Boss fights in the PoE 1 campaign are zero mechanic fights. They're nothing. So if you want to say the boss fights are too hard for these people, I guess, but I don't know. Like, I fly through the PoE 1 campaign, or the PoE 2 campaign, with ease, and the PoE 2 campaign is just so complicated to me. I forget, like, so much about it from league to league that I always have to have some form of checklist I'm following, even though I've put over 1,000 hours into it. It's the time you guys can do the PoE 1 campaign. You guys can do the PoE 1 campaign in 4 to 5 hours. Not fucking me. You guys have, like, min-maxed, like, the game so well that you can just fly through that campaign. That's not the average experience. It takes me, like, 12 hours to get through the PoE 1 campaign. I fucking hate that shit. It is so fucking confusing. I hate the vendors. I have to stop constantly. Oh, I need to kill. I was like, what am I missing? I need to go kill the Chimera. And obviously that's like a noob complaint, right? Like, obviously you have to get better at it, but, like, you don't have that level learning curve with this campaign. This campaign does not have an insane learning curve. Sure, it's long, but, like, I don't have a problem with long. I'm playing the game to have fun, and if I'm having fun along the way, I don't care about the duration of that, right? Like, if you could add, obviously, PoE 2's campaign to PoE 1 Endgame, I'd be a very happy person, but... Oh, for sure. Like, that's the biggest downside right now with PoE 2. Like, I'm gassing PoE 2 up too much right now. The PoE 2 campaign is unfinished. It really needs Acts 4, 5, and 6. It really, really needs Acts 4, 5, and 6. But yeah, I don't know. I've never been an alt person in PoE 1 because of that. It's always just been one character, and like for me, like again, I don't have the game memorized. For me, it's like, oh my, is this one of the zones that has one of those trials? Oh, I gotta like remember the bandit shit. Like, I always had to have like someone's like, I guess maybe like a lot of the problem I didn't like PoE 1 as well is because I wasn't a build creator back then. I was always following other people's guides, so just like, I don't know. For me, PoE 2 is just like way more fluid. I don't know. I don't know what the word is. I just don't play any ARPG like I play this game. I'm never an altaholic in ARPGs. In most games, leveling is the thing I hate the most. Oh, for sure, lady. I hate all of the hags. It's not just the drown orb hags. The ones that in Act 1 that do the little ground explosion underneath you. In Waystone 15s, that's impossible to see, and it's one of the deadliest mechanics. It's a little red explosion underneath your feet. I absolutely hate that one. It's another one of the hags that's just awful. Yeah, like, there's obviously horrible balance issues, right? But we can't compare PoE 1 to PoE 2 right now. That is unreasonable. I mean, you can compare them, but you have to be, like, smart with how you're comparing them.
Chance to test my metal.
I've only leveled Spear Rake Stomping Ground, my very first character. I leveled my Lich with ED Con and then swapped to minions at the mid-50s. Then a lot of my characters I've leveled through Thorns. One of them I leveled with Maces. This one I'm trying Whirling Slash. I don't know, I feel like there's like more ways to level. Like, ED Con felt really good for leveling. I don't know if it's been recently nerfed or something.
A loyal but unwitting servant seeks answers.
But, ED Con is at least a very valuable option. Like, ED Con was a blast. And it was super good. At no point did it feel... And I had, like, no... That was with no twink gear, by the way. That was just with gem skill levels. ED Con was really good.
Previous losses. You are more frail than you know. Your challenge awaits. Prove yourself.
But that's like a you thing, right? Like that's not like just a defining statement. Like that you are choosing to play the game that way. But there are like equally as good things. Like I don't know. Like ED Con is just as good. Thorns leveling is just as good. I refuse to believe that there's just the one best way to play. Like maybe you're, I don't know if that's what you're saying. Like maybe you're saying it can work on all classes, sure. Like yes, but I can make ED Con work on all classes too. You just put a wand on and you level the gem skills with it. Like there's a few really good leveling strats right now. Like Thorns, I'm like one-shotting all these bosses with like base gear. Or like level 1 gear with like jewels, right? Like and I don't know, I had fun leveling with minions. My minion leveled fast.
Don't give up so early. Last time someone picked that, they didn't last a single round.
You stop with WoW, yeah. I've lost all respect for that development team. Maybe not the development team, but just Activision Blizzard as a company. The most simple way. I think that's fair. That's a fair way to phrase it. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, yes. On any character, you just put Rake Stomping Ground and you don't think about it. You just level it up. That is, yes. I agree with that 100%. Nothing compares to it in that sense. You can literally just go Rake Stomping Ground on every character, and it doesn't matter what you're putting in your passives for. It's just very simple. What happened? I just haven't liked how they've designed the game since, like, Phase 2 of Season of Discovery. And just a lot of the decision-making lately has just been really horrible. There's the meme in the PoE 2 community about how GGG doesn't have a vision. Like, I think that is a company, like, of all of their games where they don't have a vision. Like, from patch to patch, the design philosophy's changed. We've gone from 10-man guilds to 20-man guilds to 40-man guilds. Like, from one patch to another. Like, it is nonsensical how they design the game. It is very clear that a lot of their design is done by people who don't actively play the game, and not like in a meme way. Like, a lot of the class sets are met with, like, they're so badly designed. It's not just, like, about direction, it's just about bad gameplay and everything. Like, the new raid is really trash. The new rooms for the fight arenas are just, like, horrible camera angles. It's very clear that this development team has never actually made their own raid from the ground up before. The balance of it has been just an absolute train wreck. I honestly believe the raid that just came out in Season of Discovery is the worst raid I have ever played in any version of WoW. It is absolutely pathetic how it released, and Blizzard is like, or Agron specifically, is defending it, saying that they intentionally made it this hard. It's just very clear that it's untested, because every week they've nerfed it more and more. It's nothing like it was when it first came out. I don't know, it's just... It is clear to me that the decision-making from that team is either being rushed because they're being forced some absurd timeline they can't keep up with, or the leaders on the team do not have an idea what they're doing. And I think it's that one. I think it's just a lot of people who are inexperienced and unqualified for the positions they are in running the game. But you see that across all Blizzard titles. Like, if you go watch any of those Diablo 4 campfire chats, they're pathetic. Like, talk about a development team that doesn't understand their audience in the slightest. Like, Last Epoch and GGG developers, like, if you don't like the games, whatever, but you can at least tell how much they care about the game, right? But, yeah, I don't know. It's just... The game's not for me anymore. I guess it's... not for me. And for any of my friends, because they all quit already. Yeah, sorry, Drixie. I hope you're still enjoying the game, man. Yeah, those Boa days were the best. The Blade of Eternal Darkness era, like Phase 1 through Phase 3 was an incredible time. But they, I don't know, they just lost their way with Endgame. They started listening to Reddit feedback too much. I don't know, SOD started to go downhill when they banned GDKPs. It really just showed that they are out of touch with the community and they only really read Reddit.
We are only getting started. The flora overwhelms.
Oh yeah, the Phase 3 was the start of the downfall for sure. Like, there was plenty of problems in Phase 2 and Phase 1, but those were still, like, great phases, right? But Phase 3 destroyed the economy. Phase 3 is what destroyed my guild. We were a 10-man guild. We swapped to 20-man after that, and we immediately disbanded. And yeah, my guild that I've been raiding with, which is like a top tier guild for like the last 6 months to a year, I think. We've had two 20-man teams this entire time that have raided Monday and Wednesday. I have raided the Wednesday team. With this new raid, Blizzard made it so hard that we had to merge our raids, and we are now a 35-man raid team because of just how awful this game design is. Like they did it again. But it was unintentional this time. I'm just gonna get the Chaos Res. Whatever. I want to try out Darkness. You know what? Fuck it. Do I get anything for Darkness just like with no other points in it? Or do I need my these points too to benefit from Darkness? This is just a defensive layer right now, right? So I don't get a damage boost of Thorns until I take Grasp of the Void.
My power. Approach the altar and claim.
Oh, rip Drixie, lol. Yeah, no, there's a lot of reasons why I quit WoW, but I'm not playing a Blizzard game ever again. I am off. I don't consider them the same company anymore. I wanted to go to town to rechange my Ascendancy passive. You get a bootleg energy shield? Yeah, it seems trash. Yeah, no, I'm really glad they slowed down that tornado wind-up. It was awful before.
That will draw unwanted attention.
It was awful. Alright, so my Thorns damage is 1609.
Let's try something different.
What is it at now? So again, like 300 damage, Chaos. I'm just gonna put Mings on. Whatever. See how it goes. This definitely won't be used late game. We will have to use Scavenge Plating late game. This is required later on. And we don't have Spirit with Darkness, so Darkness is... We're testing it during leveling. But no, I haven't made content for the game for a while, because at some point during Molten Core, I realized that like half of my videos were turning to me just bitching, and the development team really wasn't listening. If you are specifically a mage player, it has just been very clear from the design of our sets, and just like how like they have constantly fucked over mages, refused to give us quality of life we've designed, asked for, and have just given us, like, set bonuses that don't make any sense. So it's like, you don't even know how our rotation works. Like, now we're getting a DPS loss and stuff. Like, the Naxxramas set that they released for mages is the single worst set I've ever experienced in World of Warcraft. Like, there's a lot of that from the SOD game, where it's like, I've never seen anything worse than this in WoW before. And it's just like, yeah, I don't agree with the design direction. Like, I could have understood if, like, Blizzard was like, yeah, we fucked up. We don't have the people that can contest us internally. We thought it was going to be easier for y'all. We nerfed it. But, like, Agron is literally, like, quadrupling down about how they wanted the raid to be hard, but each week there are these constant nerfs that are, like, clearly fixing the unintended shit we've been bitching about. And it's just like, not only are they not good at their jobs, but they're not being honest with their community. And they're not communicating well. It's just like, no, there's a game that I'm playing right now that I respect the developers for, and I'm having fun playing, so I don't, like, obviously I'm just bitching about the game right now, right? So that's why I stopped making videos for it. I don't like, because I know those people are working hard on the game, right? They're not just like drones who are like trying to ruin the game, right? They're trying their best. They're just not good at their jobs. And I don't want to be shit-talking people that are trying their best. I know that's what I'm doing right now, but that's why I stopped making videos, is because that's what all my content was turning into. It was just me being disgruntled with the state of the game, and I was just like, the only thing that I could do was call these people out and how they were performing with, like, the design and shit, and it just, I don't want to do that. I'd rather just quit the game. It's not my job to be a paid tester in that kind of game, right? It's different in an early access game, right? WoW is not a... WoW shouldn't be operating that way. It's very different. I haven't gotten a single divine yet. This is bullshit.
Stay on it. The spirits made its choice. Time to finish this. Right through. I'm unable.
Yeah, I just need to get this Chayula to endgame. Like, I genuinely think this might have potential damage-wise. I don't know if Thorns will work, but, like, I think the physical Chaos Thorns can work. Poison might not work. I don't think it's gonna work. And, like, maybe it's a good mapping alternative, and I swap, like maybe I use, like, Herald the Plague on mapping, and I swap the Scavenge Plating for bossing. Like, maybe that's a swap you're doing. Because sometimes you don't need Scavenge Plating for bossing, especially if you had a really high Thor damage from all the Chaos stuff, but... Oh, no, there's potential here. We'll see what happens. Damn, JT, that's awesome. I have gotten Divines in the campaign before, but it was always Act 3 Cruel. I've never gotten it, like, sooner than Act 3 Cruel. It was, like, always right before I hit maps that I've seen Divines in the campaign, but never, like... I've seen people of saying they've gotten Divines in Act 1. Still using Starter Flask. That's so funny. That's how OP Thorns Leech is. I literally don't have to Flask ever. It's the best. Damn, dude. I have not seen a perfect this patch. I saw a couple in 0.1, but I've never seen one in 0.2.
Something like this will require a bigger soul core. It still functions after all this time.
That's what happened to me in 0.1, JT. Not two of them, but on my... I had one solo self-found gemling, and I got a perfect on him in, like, white maps, and I never got a 4-link on him. I had a 3-link that entire character. He got to, like, level 88, and I gave up on him. Never got a fucking 4-link for the 5-link. Now, he could just use the 5-link, and, you know, you'd be fine. But before, you had to have the 4-link. Yeah, that was needed to be changed. That was the worst, dude. The reason I kept grinding on that character was praying I was going to get it. Because the damage buff I would have gotten from that 5-link would have, like, been so huge for the build I was doing. But I was just stuck on a fucking 3-link for so long. It was, I mean, until I quit the character. Yeah, it was such a good change. Like, every patch is just going to get slightly better. Slightly better, slightly better. And eventually this turd will be a great turd. A turd we all want to eat. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hurry up! Where is it? Did I not click it? I swear I put it in. Oh my god! What is happening? Why did that take so long? GGG, please. I guess they're not expecting waypoint abuse like that, but that's funny. How long that took. Yeah, we have TP and it can't exactly. No, it's waypoint abuse is, of course, it's not accounted for that. It's pretty funny. Always these unintended side effects in game development. You add one thing. Oh shit! Look at that. Oh, am I dead? Close. Yeah, I really dislike Darkness. In a game where, like, Spirit Gems are so overpowered, Darkness needs to make me, like, fart out nukes. Or else, why would I use it? God, I gotta clean up my dump tab soon. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much, like, if you go look back on that first week or two of development of this, like, launch, like, think of how much better the game might be if, like, GGG wasn't, like, pressured by the community into these stupid things. Like, remember when we were promised weekly balance patches? and then they did their first weekly balance patch, and all the divas lost their fucking mind. Oh no, in the game we were told weekly balance patches were coming, my character got nerfed, and now we don't get weekly balance patches. It's like... It sucks when GG listens to the community outrage like that, but I don't blame them. It was fucking obnoxious how loud they got about it. But, like, what did they expect? Now, GGG should have been, like... There was other problems with that, right? The respec cost was insanely high. We couldn't change ascendancies then. It's, you know, whatever. But... I wish we were still in that era of getting weekly balance patches. I think that would have been much better right now.
Let's hope this works.
Yeah, well... I haven't played that Ascendancy for a reason. I have heard it is not good. That portion of it. I wanted to play with the weapon thing. Yeah, I'm going to be able to get a really high crit chance. I was worried about because I was going to be missing out on all of these Thorns nodes that my damage was really going to suffer, but because I'm way over here, you get access to all this crit stuff, get access to all these physical damage to chaos stuff. Like, this is losing out on, like, you're losing, like, all of these percentage of Thorns damage. If we go recoup, we won't need this, which we are probably going recoup. Like, I think we're going to be fine without all of this stuff. Like, I'm not sold on Poison Thorns working, but Chayula Thorns might be surprisingly okay. We'll see. Like, it might end up better than the Chronomancer. I fucking hate this place. Even after they made it easier to navigate, I still hate it. Yeah, I assume that stuff's gonna happen over time, EMC, but yeah. That's one of the comments I get most on my videos, is how come you've never done a cast on crit with Thorns? It's like, well, one, it doesn't work, and two, if it did work, it would be interesting. But yeah. If they ever do, like, make it to where it does work, you know, suddenly Thorns becomes the engine for a lot of caster builds, right? You just get like a low base Thorns damage, and then you're like blocking. Not low base Thorns damage, but then you're just raining meteors and shit. Like, it sounds freaking cool. Or just like every time you do Thorns damage, you're like sending out a bunch of sparks and shit. Like, there's so many playstyles that would open up that would just be fun to watch. And play, obviously. I do agree. I'll probably add that to my list of things I'm doing for my Ultimate Thorns feedback video. Hey, thanks for the Twitch Prime, bro. I appreciate it, EMC. Yeah, it's part of the reason why I've never done a Blood Mage Thorns, is because, like, if you're gonna do a class on crit Thorns build, obviously you're gonna do that on a Blood Mage, right? Blood Mage would be, like, oh, so good for it. Because you get all these crit stuff here to, like, boost your like, both your Thorns crit and the spell crit stuff, like, it'd just be really nice. Alright, what do I do from here? So do I, like... Yeah, it'd be so cool. Blood Mage crit Thorns, man. That's, like, one of the questions I get a lot is why haven't I done Thorns on a class on crit yet, and why I haven't done Blood Mage crit Thorns yet. And it's like, those two would pair so well together. I'm just waiting. I want that combo. I think I'm just going to go get these crit points here for now. I'm just going to stack crit. And then I don't need defensives right now. I don't really need this physical damage stuff because I'm still doing mostly lightning damage. I'm not doing scavenge plating yet. So... that's like what you would do right now. If you were to force Blood Mage right now, you would do Bleed Thorns. But there are other ascendancies that I want to do Bleed Thorns on right now, like Ritualist. Like, my next one after this is probably the Ritualist. And, like, I'm not going to do a poll for it, because I just want to do the Ritualist next. Just because I want to do Bleed Thorns on it really bad. Like, I'm confident that Bleed Thorns on a Ritualist with the recoup style is going to be really good. After I played it on my Chronomancer. I wanted to do... I was hoping the Ritualist won this poll. I shouldn't have done the poll. I should have just done the Ritualist. But who knows? Maybe Chayula Muck ends up cool. I seriously can't wait for Acts 4, 5, and 6. Who knows what crazy shit's gonna be in it? Like in Act 2, when you fight Jamin-Ra, he fucking cuts the little train in half. Like, that's fucking nuts. I've seen a lot of ARPGs try and change the terrain mid-fight. Diablo 4 and PoE 1 have both done it. But that was, like, the coolest way I've ever seen any ARPG change the terrain of a fight. That motherfucker cut the train in half with his big-ass sword. That was sick. And then you have, like, the freaking Count Gregor fight or whatever his name is. That whole fight is awesome. Doriani's kind of meh. I like Doriani himself. I think Doriani's super cool. And the whole lead up to his fight is awesome. But the fight's kind of lame. Compared to the other ones. But we're gonna get Act 4, 5, and 6 pinnacle bosses. And I hope they're awesome.
Foul spores cloy the wind.
I hate the Titan, and I hate the Skeleton boss. I also hate, just because he sucks for Thorn bosses, but the Lightning guy that's in this boss, the one you get the heart from that you make the water temple go down with or whatever. The guy that shoots the 8 lightning arms or whatever, I hate that boss too, but because he sucks for Thorns builds. I don't think I'll be that way. The rest of the bosses I like. Like, all of the pinnacle fights are just overall really cool. Like, I haven't done Expedition boss enough to know how I feel about him. And honestly, King of the Mist is kind of lame. I like Breach boss. I like Ultimatum and Sanctum bosses. I don't like Delirium. I think my problem... I like Simulacrum a lot. And like, Simulacrum is something I want to farm. Like, if I were to, like, have a farm... that I was like my go-to farm for currency farm, it would be something brain off like Simulacrum, just like this multi-wave encounter that's just like you're standing still, mobs come, you kill them, you move on, right? Like, I love that for farming, but in this game it's just always been way too hard for my builds. So it's just like never been a viable farming option for me. I like the idea of it, but I just can't get good enough builds for it. I like brain off farms though. Ultimatum's pretty brain off, depending on your build. Some builds Ultimatum sucks for. I hate Sanctum. It takes too long. Tier 4 is a drag. I've never done him on Tier 4. I think the highest I've done Expedition boss is like 3. In last patch. I've only done him on base this patch because I haven't gotten any logbooks to drop. Where I've gotten logbook to drop, but I haven't gotten enough to be able to see him more than once. Honestly, Breach boss is kind of boring. The reason I like Breach boss is I think Breach boss, maybe I'm wrong here, but I feel like he's the best test for builds right now. If I want to get a good idea of where my build is standing, I just buy some Breach splinters, and I go try Breach on +1 or +2, and that gives me a good idea of where my DPS is at. That's my DPS check right now, is +1 or +2 Breach because of ease of access, I guess.
Must restrain myself.
What is your guys' benchmark for your builds? Like, what do you look for when you're doing a build? That, like, if you're building a build from the ground up, what are you looking for? Like, when you're hitting these breakpoints, right? Like, what are your key breakpoints you look for in your builds? Mine are, like, the first one, if I ever post a build, I have to be able to get Waystone level 15s done for sure. That's my first breakpoint. And then after that, it's Trial Master. Or the Sanctum boss. What's his name? I don't remember his name. Zargalok or something like that. And then after that, I think it's Breach boss. Those are my 3 benchmarks that I test for my build. Is it first if it can do Waystone 15s with max Atlas passives, then can it get your Ascendancies, and then can it do Breach plus 2-ish? That's what I do on my builds, I think. Just to get like a good test.
What is the source of that blinding light?
I love Hades. One of the very first, like, mini games we made when we started getting into game development, our company, we did a couple game jams. And the second game we made in one of the game jams was a Hades clone. I love roguelikes in general. I'm a big roguelike fan. I would love to make, like, the way my company operates right now is, like, we're, like, a lot of the projects we do are, like, aimed at, like, us learning. And so, like, a lot of the projects we do are, like, 6 months to, like, 6 weeks to 6 month projects just to, like, learn in a short period of time, like a simple concept or something. And one of the ideas I want to do is for, like, a roguelike ARPG experience. But I don't think we'll ever try and make it because it'd be too complicated to make without money. But I love roguelikes like Hades, and I would love to make a roguelike ARPG. Not like a full-on one like this one is, but I just love that kind of gameplay loop. But yeah, I guess this game doesn't have a farm I want to spam. If it did, I'd be farming endgame more. No. My base. My baby life flasks are not cutting it anymore. Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to play it right now, and honestly, Pike, I assume that's what the devs want people to do right now, is just spam alts, test a bunch of builds, and, like, give feedback on them. Like, obviously not everyone playing the game has to be giving feedback, but I assume that's what the devs want, is, like, they don't care, like, about the end game right now. They care about builds, and how bad the, like, bottom builds are. What's my fire res? I might die here. I'm negative fire res. Nope, we didn't die. Only he did. Who needs fire res when you have thorns? See ya, dude. I legit thought I had negative fire res. Don't matter. Don't matter.
Vile ingenuity never ceases to amaze me.
The starting flask, don't matter. This game's too hard, you guys. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do with my hands? How am I supposed to navigate this gargantuan game? It's too difficult for me.
How can I help?
That was fast. That was fast. He went, goodbye.
These runes. I can make out symbols for blood and offering.
Starting flask buff.
It's not a blood offering, it's someone of vile blood.
You.
Perhaps if I...
Oh. You did it. Wonder what's gonna happen.
Now this is truly something. The apex. It's opening. Goodness me.
Yeah, flask are for the weak. I don't push those buttons anymore.
We're back in the encampment? I can't believe it. We were right on top of this device the entire time.
What are you running from? Nice. We're already almost to Cruel, boys. We'll be testing Poison Thorns real soon. I don't think Poison Thorns is going to be testable until like level 80 plus. I think the plan might just be like sprint level to level 80, 90-ish. And then I just start testing out different styles. Like I might just be forced to level like a standard recoup Thorns build. Just scaling physical chaos damage. Ignoring poison because like there's no way poison is good while leveling. Like I just know it. It might be good for mapping. Like it's possible I just add on Herald the Plague with some like light poison hit stuff, but investing into the passives I don't think is needed. But we'll see. Like maybe I'll test it like at level 80 or level 70-ish. Probably after I get my third points. It just sucks we can't use darkness with Scavenge Plating. That would be the coolest thing right now. So I'm wasting a point right now with this pathing. I'm getting better, guys! I'm able to notice these things faster. I don't need these 3 points here. If I just looped around right here, I moved those 2 points there, I'd have a leftover point that I could go this way with. I'm getting better at noticing it. That I'm shit at this.
It ends here.
It doesn't, though.
Don't worry.
I've seen
I'm
the future.
This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you activated the gate? Which one of you is a Val blood?
Why, that was me, of course. I am.
Don't touch her. She's my friend.
Treasure hunter extraordinary.
Don't.
Take her. Bring her to Dorian.
Oh, she's a hottie.
As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled.
You are welcome to try.
Bow to your queen or die! You will fall before us. I shall crush you in death.
That poison damage hurts too much.
Feel Araceli sting.
The no life flask. My first death. I didn't have Thorns leech to heal me there. Here, let me go get this life flask. Finally have to upgrade my life flask. This poison lady. Of course it's on her. Obviously I could have just also not tanked her poison stuff like that, but that's not how I think, you know. I'm gonna tank it. Where's the dude at?
This isn't the place.
Level 40?
Be one that you know not. Keep your eyes shut.
Pretty sure that was my first death on this character. Let me test. Deaths. Oops. Yep, died one time. Bring it, dweeb.
The Viper strike. Bow to your queen or die. You will fall before us.
Oh, I can't. Oh, right, I got negative fire res.
You are nothing but a loaf. Feel Araceli sting. I shall crush you.
Easy. When I try, she's easy. I should try more. To an actual Cyclone build, it doesn't. Like, I see people, like, there are a lot of really cool whirling slash builds. Like, you can find some really cool ones where they fill the entire screen with a big spinning stuff, and I see people like, it's like Cyclone. No, it's not like Cyclone. It's not like Cyclone. Cyclone is not just a spinning circle. There is a feel to a Cyclone build. There is, like, no friction to it. You are gliding through the map like you are a block of ice, resting on a skating rink, just sliding along. That's what Cyclone builds feel like. There's nothing in this game that's like Cyclone. Cyclone is about the feel. It's not about what it looks like. It's about the feel. You just... This is Cyclone. I hold left click, and I float through the map. This is not floating through the map. This is hit, 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 hit. Like, that's what I feel like when I'm playing this. This is not Cyclone, my friend. It's just, it's not bad. And it's the closest thing we got, I imagine, but no, I do not equate this even in the slightest to Cyclone. Cyclone equal floating, that's a great way of putting it. This Whirlwind Slash shit is fake, yeah. It is absolutely fake. This is not Cyclone. It's cool, it's good, and if you want to play it, give it a go. There are some really good of the Swirling Slash builds out there, but it is not our Cyclone. Yeah, Cyclone, you're literally just gliding through the map. That is the best. You're floating on a cloud, and you just like all the mobs around you. There's no friction with pathing. You just go through everything. It's wonderful. Yeah, I imagine it's coming with swords. Swords and duelists are imagining. I imagine swords are coming with duelists, and I imagine that's when we're getting Cyclone. Yeah, there's a zen to Cyclone. I don't know. Yeah, it's just like a... Yeah, it's a level of brain off that is just very... I've always just loved Cyclone builds. There's no thinking in it. It's not like stupid. Yeah, it's comfy. It's like you said, it's zen. Like, I don't know. There's a Cyclone. You're literally just on a cloud. It sounds stupid, but when you play Cyclone builds, you understand it. You're no longer playing the game. You're controlling it with the clone. I get that drop, but it would just be too much for them to balance. I understand why they do it from their perspective. Because, like, obviously they have all that stuff they could drop, right? They could drop a bunch of crafting stuff, they could drop a bunch more weapons and stuff, but, like, people are already so angry at how many F-tier builds there are. Yeah, there would be so many more, right? But I get it. It would be so much fun, though. I agree. It would just be, like... You have all those one-build Andes, and when their one build is going to be an F-tier build for, like, 5 patches in a row, that's not good, right? I wish that was that way, though. Because I would love to be playing Cyclone right now. God, day Cyclone's back, man. I can't wait. I hope it's an S+ tier build, like the day it comes out. Maybe not S+ tier because those builds get expensive. Maybe like a A+ S tier, S- build. I'm sure Cyclone's gonna be expensive when it comes out, though. I know everyone's gonna be itching to play it. Who doesn't love Cyclone? Oh yeah, mines seem like they're gonna be awesome, man. Mines traps. They have like the whole what is it called now? Hazard. Yeah, they have the whole hazard tag now. So you have like all of these. I imagine mines are hazards, or did mines get their own tag? Let me see. Are mines a tag anywhere? Doesn't look like it. Obviously, that can be changed. Like, each patch, they change the stuff, but, oh, is that a mine thing? Oh, no. So, yeah, maybe mines are under hazards. There's a bunch of hazard stuff, because I was looking at doing a Caltrops build. And, yeah, I imagine mines and traps are under hazards. Traps are up by daggers, I think. Are mines traps? Do mines count as traps? Oh, there's a bunch of trap stuff right here. Spearfield counts as a hazard. That's cool. I haven't done a Spearfield build yet. How's the monk going? Really well. I mean, I'm just using Twink Thorns gear, so any character can do well through the campaign with Twink Thorns gear, so. But yeah, so far, you know, everything's popping to Thorns. A lot of good crit stuff in this side of the tree, you know, and we're playing crit Thorns. Yeah, I imagine they're slow rolling this. Like, I think they said their timeline. What did they say? They still think there's a 50% chance 1.0 comes out this year? My fucking ass. Shut up. 1.0 ain't coming out this year. No fucking way. They want to say the first half of next year. That's way more believable. I do not believe 1.0 is this year. There's no way. There's no way we are free to play this year. You'd have to use poison, Shrivel. I mean, there is armor break for physical spells, right? Like with Bone Storm. But no, like right now you're pretty pigeonholed into playing. If you're playing Scavenge Plating, which more than likely, it's why like mana stacking and stuff, and like Lightning Thorns build, like why I'm not doing them, Shrivel, is you're really forced into playing a high enough strength for Scavenge Plating. To get, like, you have to get your, you need to level Scavenge Plating to max level, which requires 191 strength on its own, so no matter what, you're strength stacking with Thorns, so you don't have a choice. In Endgame, at least. You have to use Scavenge Plating, and I think level 21 skill gem requires 205 strength. Something like that. So yeah, you're just... It's Scavenge Plating in late game, especially once you have the max stuff. Like, it's all of your damage. Like, you just can't play without it. There's nothing that comes close.
Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in
Yeah, I've got a big feedback post that I'm gonna talk about stuff like that. I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but if you look at what happened to Thorns in 0.1 to 0.2, right? Like, it's completely different. It's completely different. Like, we got so much more support in 0.2. Like, 0.1, Thorns wasn't even really a thing. It was a fake thing. It was barely bones. But now it's, like, way better, right? Like, so in 0.3, who knows what more stuff's getting added, right? So, I imagine... by the time we're in like 1.3, 1.4, there's going to be a lot of ways to play Thorns. But yeah, right now, we're very limited in one specific style. I see that complaint a lot, A9 WAG, especially from like PoE 1 veterans. For some reason, for me, it doesn't super bother me. But, so that's what I'm going to try testing on this character, Brandon, but at that point, you're not using, like, Thorns is not going to break armor enough frequently for you to do it. You're going to have to use a skill that's breaking armor. It'll be like through shield charge or something. And at that point, you're doing a strength skill, right? But, yes, you could do poison. My plan on this character is to test poison for armor break when I get that far. Right now, I just don't need Scavenge Plating yet. But yeah, I don't know why that's never bothered me, WAG. Where am I going? Is the boss here? Oh, there, it's the arena. I barely missed the arena. It's funny. But I hear that complaint a lot from PoE 1 veterans. I do agree that it's pretty brutal sometimes. I do feel very limited oftentimes by attributes with my skill gems. Because there's a lot of builds where I would use a spirit gem that I can't use because I don't have, like... Or, like, I'm forced to use, like, a rank 5 of that skill gem because, yeah, like... So I definitely agree with that approach. I just don't feel as, like, yeah. I don't know if it's a bad thing. It is build limiting, but maybe that's a good thing. But maybe it's not a good thing. That's where my head's at. I don't know if it's bad or not. But I don't disagree with the complaint. It's tough. I think it might need to be oh my god, he just blasted himself. Later, dog.
I can't give up. I must save my people.
Maybe it needs to be nerfed by like 25% of the attributes. I agree, though. With the sentiment.
I will succeed. Let's see you
Can I live this? Oh, I can. No way I live this. Oh my god, I'm actually surprisingly tanky.
I cannot allow you to interfere. The end of the world is nigh. Nothing will stand in my way. You leave me no choice. This is not over yet. Face the might of the Vald. The destruction of Atsuaker will be repaid.
Yeah, I honestly did not think Thorns would be playable this... Oh, I was reading chat. Can't face tank that hard, it seems. I did not think Thorns was going to go from as unplayable as it was to as playable as it is this patch, right? Like, and that's not a guarantee that every patch is going to give that much love to Thorns, but, you know, who knows by 1.0 how we'll be playing Thorns, you know? Because maybe, like, one thing to keep in mind, like, GGG didn't do Thorns in PoE 1, right? Maybe they don't know their what they want to do with Thorns fully. Maybe they're waiting to see how we play with Thorns. Like, maybe no one internally has ever asked the question, should ranged attacks be able to use Thorns and stuff? Like, it's new to them, right? So, who knows what changes over time that the community, like, brings up that they didn't think about. So, I'm not worried about Thorns. The way it changed from 0.1 to 0.2 showed me that, like, I have faith they will make Thorns good eventually. Like, the difference in 0.1 is fucking insane. It is so different. You could not level like this last patch at all. It was impossible.
Death is nothing for the greater good. There is no escape. Full power. You think you can run? Nothing will stand in.
Oh yeah, no, I tried too, you know. Definitely tried. It was fun to try, but you know, last patch I wasn't leveling 7 Thorns characters, right? That's the difference. Last patch I wasn't killing Arbiter with Thorns builds, you know. The DPS difference, the quality of life we gained, and yeah, I bet we're good. I bet we're gonna be good. Chalupas are great, man. I would love a chalupa right now.
One death is nothing for the greater good. Do you truly think you can match me? No. Do not fail me. Not now. How could this happen? All I've done. All that I sacrificed.
Your people cannot be saved. History is already written.
How you doing,
You can
Simrun?
stay here and die, or come with us and help save the future.
Druids weren't in PoE 1.
The legacy of the Val.
They're
must be
brand new.
protected. I do know the way to contain the beast.
Let's just start talking then. My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
There isn't.
So will you?
But
They are brand new. We have no idea how they'll function in this game. I mean, I think they've showcased them a few times, so you might be able to get an idea. Nice. How's the temp league going for you? We know a little like the shape-shifting. Yeah, I haven't looked at anything. I have not looked at anything for the build. Or for Druid. I'm probably not going to until, like, you know, GGG does those big reveal streams. Like, I'll be going in, not blind, but, like, I'm not going to look up any old stuff, right? Like, I don't see the point in, like, getting excited over the old stuff. Someone told me that Bear Druid will have a Thorns Ascendancy portion of it, but outside of that, you know, I'm waiting to see.
Rest now. I will see about
Because I doubt Druid is coming alone, right? None of the missing skills seem to scream Druid to me, but I bet we do get, not skill, but weapon types, but I bet we do get another weapon type at least. Like, there's no way we're just getting Druid plus not a weapon, right? I want Templar very badly. Templar is very high on my list. Templar and Gladiator. Or not Gladiator. Whatever swords they're coming with. I want swords. Templar's cool too, though, because I bet Templar has lots of Thorns stuff. I need my swords. Yeah, if I can use Cyclone as a bear, we're absolutely doing that. Can you use skills while you're shapeshifted? If you can use Cyclone while as a bear, like, that's the only thing I'm playing forever. That sounds awesome. A Cyclone Thorns bear. See, I wasn't aware of that tribe. I literally know nothing about Druid. I don't know what the primal skill tree is and stuff, but that would make sense that it could come with its own, like, weapons. Like, the Druid descendancy itself is the weapon for, like, it, so, like, that would make sense. It could happen, man. If Thorns was, if Cyclone was in when this game came out, I would have been making Cyclone builds like crazy. I love Cyclone. Oh, right, I've got the reduced movement speed rarity chest. What's my rarity at right now? 200% rarity in the campaign right now. That's some silly ass shit.
Welcome to the camp of the lost. This old sub. I fear this land. Please, I will treasure it.
I sense a kindred dreamer.
Yeah, I don't like this darkness shit.
Greetings.
Let's try.
Yeah, I'm either gonna go, I mean, more than likely I'm going lucid dreaming, but I just don't see this. Oh wait, someone told me yesterday that this isn't working with Thorns. So I wouldn't even be able to do it. So I'm probably just forced to go lucid dreaming. Did he get any quality of life? Oh, it did get a big Oh, nice. Flames of Chayula fade after 25 seconds, if not... Oh, wait, no, never mind. That's not the buff on me. I thought that was the buff on me. That's just the flames out in the world. Never mind. Yeah, it's still only 5 seconds. With Chayula Monk last patch, really? That's funny. I got to Waystone 15s with my Chayula last patch, but it wasn't a great build. I did Poison Shield Charge. Yeah, it goes to 10 seconds, but the problem I had with it was, like, you couldn't ever get the 10 stacks because, like, each buff was its own duration. It wasn't like it refreshed the buff when you got a new one. You could never get, like, the 10 stacks before the first stack fell. That's how it worked in 0.1. I don't know if I got quality of life there. Yeah, it still overlaps. Yeah, that was awful. I literally never was able to consistently, like, I don't know if I ever got the 10 stacks once. Like, the odds of getting, like, you would have this giga stack persistence and, like, get super lucky. It's really bad. Like, obviously there's nothing else I can go, but it's just, like, really bad. Yeah, you could get the you know, you got shit like this right here. Skill effect duration. I think this stuff packs it, but it's stupid to have to invest into that, right? Yeah, that's fucking cringe either way. Exactly. That's stupid either way. Oh yeah, if they give shapeshift support gems, you could put them in the demon form, huh? That'd be cool. Skill effect duration does not affect it? Well then, yeah, it's just still trash then. Does not sound like it's received any quality of life from 0.1. Alright, that was a nice little 6-hour stream, guys, but I have to call it there. I am tired, and I need to get some work done and other things. But thanks for hanging out. I'll probably be live tomorrow and streaming more of the Chayula Monk. On Tuesday, I am going on Talkative Try's podcast, so make sure you go over to his YouTube channel that night, or his Twitch, and watch the podcasts. We'll be talking about how a lot of the little babies in the community are big babies, and they suck at the game, and we're going to talk about Thorns probably, too. Who knows, though. We might just make fun of all the noobs. Oh, thanks for the heads up, Young. Appreciate it. Yep, you guys all have a good night, though.